Baseball defeats the Marlins 4-3. James Wood had not one, but 2 home runs.
Cronin delivers. Swinging a drive hit well again to left center field. Back on this one is Stowers to the warning track, to the wall, and it is gone. Goodbye. Again up into the brew house red seats. Bang! Zoom goes James Wood with another long home run to left center field.
The call from the Nationals radio network, Mackenzie Gore allowed 1 earned run in 6 innings. The Nats went 11-2 against the Marlins this season. Nationals at the Mets tonight, 7:10 p.m. on The Fan. Washington Spirit shut out Houston 3-0. The Dream beat the Mystics 76-73 in OT. U.S. team defeats European team 15.5 to 12.5 to get back the Solheim Cup. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
It's a Victory Monday.
It's Victory Monday.
7 for 7.
Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan for the best of Washington's win over the Giants.
Hail to the kicker.
Presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2024 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Turn up your radio. Do not adjust the dial because the Commanders won a damn game.
Yeah.
Jeff just came in here complaining about stuff. We'll get to all that, Jeffrey. I'm in that locker room after every game.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't been in a winning locker room in 10 months. It was New England last November.
Long time.
They hadn't won a game in almost a calendar year. They hadn't won an NFC East game in 2 calendar years.
Yeah.
They hadn't beaten the Giants since week 17 of the 21 season. So, listen, I get it. There's a lot to discuss. I don't know what happens if the Giants have a kicker. There are serious defensive problems.
Well, guess what? They didn't have a kicker,
Right.
so who cares?
There are serious defensive problems that, frankly, I just don't think are getting fixed. But they won.
Yeah, a lot of coaches say it's hard to win in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that's true. And when you get one, you get one. Because let's be real. There are a lot of teams that won last week, and everybody was talking a lot about them. They lost this week. You know what I mean? We lost last week, and then we come back and you get a victory. That's all that matters. And I think the ultimate thing is there were bad things, but there were a lot of good things in the game. You have to give credit for it.
I think the good things, we're starting with the good things, damn it. And Brian, last week, you and I don't know if we disagreed, but I was like, yeah, I thought Jaden was good, but I just know he can do a lot more. And I think the first half yesterday, he was getting his ass kicked a little bit. I think he was a little quick to run. I think the O-line was getting beat. He took 4 sacks in that first half. Obviously, the big shot to the ribs on the scramble had to come out for a play. Got the wind knocked out of him. It happens.
Yep. And the guy led with his helmet. The referee could have called that, as he could have called the one that was out of bounds.
The one out of bounds was so egregious. I don't know how on earth that didn't happen.
This NFL that say that they are so concerned about the health of players, they lie.
What is astounding to me, particularly about the one on the sideline, he was 2 feet out of bounds.
Yes.
Like he was a yard out of bounds. They protect quarterbacks so much that I thought that was just a absolute joke to not call that. But B, what stood out to me most about Jaden, not he completed 80% of his passes, which is pretty damn good. But dude, I think the second half of that game is when we really got our first glimpse of who I think Jaden is as an NFL passer. And that guy is really freaking good.
I mean, he's good. And the thing, like, I watched the game yesterday, and my whole thing is we have to let him be who he is.
He's going to learn. Like, it's happening in real time.
It's happening in real time, but I think everything he does it needs to not be scrutinized. Because I'm going to be honest. You can say what you want. When he's on the football field, he's going to do what he thinks it takes to win the game. And that is something you never want to temper that's in somebody. Like, the one play he was running, and, you want him to get down, but, hell, he shipped, boom, he got the first. Well, they called him short after they went back and looked at it. But he didn't take a hit. He adjusted, and
the one where he got out of bounds?
No, the one where he had split the two guys.
Mm-hmm.
When the one guy ran past him, he split him. But, dude.
I'm not even in the scrutinizing of the running.
No, I'm not saying
right now.
it's not you. It's like I hear every time he runs a play, I'm hearing people, and I want to scream, and if I had hair, I'd pull it out and go, it is tackle football, people. What the hell you expect him to be playing touch while everybody else playing tackle? Because eventually you're getting hit, and if you look at the lick, he was being hit by one guy. The other guy came in, speared, crown of his helmet. Exactly how because they will call that. They didn't call it. So, it ain't gonna be, people will take cheap shots and do things of that nature, but you got to let people play football.
What I care about most is, one, I mean, he's repeatedly shown a level of toughness that I don't think you see from a lot of quarterbacks, especially a lot of rookie quarterbacks. He's shown the competitiveness, the desire, all those things. Frankly, I thought he already had all that. What I think he showed us yesterday in the second half of that game, that he can beat you from the pocket. And I think that's by far the most important thing for NFL quarterbacks. You don't want to change anything. I'm not trying to stop him running anything. The second half of that game, he was 12 of 16 for $140. He hit I listened to the conversation and see on Twitter, and people are worried about like Jamin Davis. Take a second. Take a deep breath. You had a rookie quarterback in his second ever NFL game engineer a 2-minute drill drive for a win.
Yeah.
Who's the last Who's the last quarterback in Washington you felt comfortable, he's going to take us down the field and get a win?
Not often.
The throw to Noah Brown on an in-breaking route, maybe I don't know.
That was a bang 8.
A post,
they call it a bang 8, where he's going up the field, 5 hard step, boom, inside, ball's there.
Dude, that throw is so good and so accurate. Noah Brown, by the way, already gives him something different.
Mm-hmm.
Just when he's running around out there, he's big, he's long. It looks different than everybody else. If your takeaway from yesterday with Jaden or yesterday with the team isn't, oh my God, this quarterback gives Washington a chance every time they step on the field, then I feel like we're watching something different. And I feel like that is so far and away the most important lesson from yesterday. And not that in Tampa he was bad. He was pretty good. And not that in the first half yesterday he was bad. They were still moving the football. But in the second half, you start to see, at least in my eyes, you started to see the passer that Daniels proved to be at LSU that absolutely torched everybody. And as that dude grows more comfortable, that was his fourth half of NFL football. Like, this is happening at such an accelerated timeline.
What did David Aldridge say? David Aldridge said
crazy.
if he can do one thing per game to show you why he was drafted as the second pick, you got you something. He's done more than one thing per game. That drive was engineered perfectly. And the thing of it is, there are going to be times where your quarterback will be getting their butts kicked. I watched Cincinnati and Kansas City yesterday. 2 that we consider damn good. They were getting their ass kicked at certain points.
Did you watch Caleb Williams last night?
I watched him. But I watched a lot of quarterbacks that are extremely good and established. They were losing at one point, but what did Pat Mahomes do down the stretch to get him down? Got him in a position, get a guy a chance to kick a field goal. You have to have that little knack in you, that type of nerve or whatever in you, or have that about you to be able to go down and do those things. He does. And I just think that it's like we get people sometimes and we get to a point where we want them to be perfect. Nobody's perfect out there. I look at a lot of games yesterday where teams were perfect last week, look like garbage this week.
The Ravens are 0-2.
That's what I'm saying.
The Ravens just lost to the Raiders in a game. The four of us sat here on Friday afternoon and said, there's no way Baltimore possibly loses.
Yeah, we
right?
said that.
Right. There are so many talking points, and we got 4 hours. We're going to talk about all of it. And I'm really excited. Joe Theismann will join us at 11 to continue he's been gracious enough to talk to us about what he's seen from Jaden week after week. I think you saw there were 2 adjustments made yesterday at halftime. And I know that the lack of adjustments with the previous staff drove you crazy, Brian. 2 adjustments made yesterday at halftime. I think defensively, Mike Davis can't play. And there's a reason he didn't play in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had him on the field yesterday, and he got absolutely torched. That last drive the Giants had before halftime where it was just
they were going at him.
It was the Malik Neighbors show. They just put a target on there and said, let's go get him. Then they benched him. They moved BSJ over to Neighbors. You get Noah I on the field. That helped. Neighbors is a stud. He's still going to get his, but that helped.
Yeah.
BSJ played a really good game, slowed that down. That's a defensive adjustment that helped. I like that. Clearly, there was an adjustment also with Daniels, whether it was just his own internal clock, whether it was coaching, whether Cliff sat him down or Tavita or Brian Johnson or one of the 8 other former quarterbacks they have there to help him. Clearly something adjusted because the ball started coming out faster. He still ran. He was still an effective runner, especially late on that drive when he took the keeper to the edge, got out of bounds. Before
if you look at it, when he was getting ready, I thought he was going out of bounds, but
I thought he was thinking about cutting it out. Yeah. Dude,
he's smooth, man.
You don't take away the running, period. You do not. But he was so good in the pocket. And if you go back to LSU, you go back to his best games, he's winning from the pocket with the quick release. And, dude, if I don't even know that it's frankly, I've had steadfast belief in this young man to be a stud NFL quarterback. Mm-hmm. When that fully develops, to the NFL stage, you got something. You got something serious.
Well, I think
maybe
something.
it's happening.
I think the ultimate thing is the thing you got to realize, though, Jay. You could go into a game wanting to do that the whole game. The defense get paid too. Those coaches over there make you have to do some things, try to move you off your spot. He has it in him, and if he can do it for 2-3 quarters a game, that's cool. Because I was watching Pat last night. They were giving Pat fits. They were giving Joe fits late. They gave Pat fits early. Down the stretch, Pat came up. I would love to see, like, when you go into a game, normally it's like a boxing match. You're filling each other out to see what you can get, what you can't. And then once you figure it out, you go for it. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And he's a little early in his career to expect him to come out of the box already knowing.
Totally.
You know?
That's why I think yesterday was such an incredible sign of progress to be that dialed in. I mean, dude, if you just listen, you need touchdowns in the red zone.
Yeah,
like there are some warts to this win for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just looking at the quarterback and you're anything but wildly impressed, we're breathing different air.
I'm like this. We need touchdowns, but you know what? We found a kicker. He made more kicks in one game than all the other 4 before him made together, probably. Let's just be real about it.
Yo, how about Austin Seibert, who I believe is from Illinois and went to college at Oklahoma? Like, he came out in a Dodgers hat, a blue Dodgers hat with a Death Row Records t-shirt on. And I was like, is this dude a Crip? Like, do I need to adjust what I'm seeing here?
Nah, he said he just liked the t-shirt. He didn't even know what it was about.
I asked him. We all kind of asked him as he was leaving, but it was a vibe. It was you yell at me about what I wore when we went out in L.A. that night. Like, I don't know that Austin can wear a blue Dodgers hat with a Death Row T-shirt and walk
at least
around.
He did it in D.C. You did it in L.A. What the hell? But he's saying Dave Butts Senior or somebody's his agent.
Wait, what?
He told me this yesterday. He said his agent dad was Dave Butts Senior or something. He said.
Wow.
Something about that on the line. They're from the same hometown and everything else.
Okay. I'll try to find out what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, Seibert, I don't know the answer to this, but is 21 points like a record?
It's a record for the team.
For scoring without a touchdown? Yeah, I know that the 7 field goals is a record.
It happened another time, I think, in a game. There was a second time a team has given up touchdowns and have not given up a touchdown. They scored a touchdown and lost. That's the second time that happened. Another kicker kicked 8 but it was the 11th time in NFL history that a kicker had kicked 7 field goals or more.
I mean, for Washington specifically, and I got this from
the record was 5, I think, at first. Chip Lomiller.
Well,
and also
Hopkins had a 5-kick game.
Yeah.
Charlie Muley does PR and provides stats for the Commanders. Does a great job. It was the 7th time the Skins had won a game without scoring a touchdown in franchise history. Now, if I had to guess, a bunch of those are back in like 1936 or something when people were winning 2-0. So it's the 7th time they've done it, winning a game without a touchdown. I think you were on the field for one of those.
91 game, he kicked 5 field goals over 50 yards.
No, when was the 3-0
Jets
game?
3-0 Jets game? That was a horrible game.
But you guys won, right?
Yeah, it was. No, I don't think we won it.
Oh,
We lost that game.
3-0 Jets. Oh, all right. Forgive me then.
Yeah. We beat what's called them, I think 15, whatever it was. We beat Minnesota when Chip kicked 5.
Okay. And he was from Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
That had to feel kind of good.
But all 5 were over 50.
That's bombs. That's like the Houston kicker. That dude just hits bombs.
Yeah.
Last time Washington won a game without scoring a touchdown was a 9-7 win over the Rams in 2009.
Okay.
Let's be really clear. Nobody's looking for wins without touchdowns. Like that. No, nobody's pretending that's the goal. I'm not going to try to.
It's not the goal, but you know what?
Awesome.
If it happened, I'm damn sure not going to be mad at it.
But you know what? They repeatedly, I think 5 penalties inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah, that
on their offensive line.
That really, really annoyed me. If you had seen me when that was going on, my face.
Where'd you watch the game?
I was in the suite, and I'm
the big one.
Yeah, with all the former players and stuff.
Okay.
But I wasn't talking to anybody. I was that frustrated. I was pissed because I'm like, you get down here and you keep shooting yourself in the foot.
Sure. But for me, we're going to get into all of it.
Once the game was over, I was completely different because I'm up here saying, okay, how is this show going to be? Because they had done so much wrong.
Oh, your post-game show?
Yeah, and then when they end up winning it, it changed the whole mindset.
Sure.
You go to a different approach.
Sure.
You do the John Thompson. Now you're gonna do you're gonna critique, but you're gonna do it in a calmer manner.
Dude, if you're a Giants fan and you lose that game yesterday, and they knew the kicker had issues coming in.
So he was hurt coming in. So that's why that first kick he kicked was a snap hook galore.
Daboll's thing was he had a groin issue. He got hurt either ripping or pulling his hammy trying to chase down Eckler. He's like, we didn't plan on him chasing down Eckler. And you know how the New York media is. They were killing him about not having an extra kicker up. But I don't know if you saw
most punters can kick.
It was shocking how bad their punter was at the one extra point they rolled him out for. But I don't know if you saw Daboll at the end of that game.
When he slammed his, yeah.
I feel like the Giants believe they gave one away. It's pretty rare to lose to a team when they can't score a touchdown. Yeah. But I think big picture, if you want to know what to focus on, listen, the Washington defense is a
what you need to focus on is tackling. I watched guy after guy yesterday. I don't understand and this is not just Washington, this is NFL. Guys want to make tackles while still standing up. Tackling means you go to the damn ground, leave your feet, do something. But all of this just thinking you're going to just push somebody down, this is not football. They got to wrap up and go to the damn ground, point blank.
The biggest message I could give, and he's a young quarterback. He's got to figure some stuff out. You'd like to take less shots. You worry about the contact over the course of time. But he had 16 carries last week. I told you it'd be fewer this week just because Tampa doesn't blitz as much. It's 10 this week. Like, it's going to continue to evolve. Mm-hmm. And I think the way he passed in the second half is by far the absolute most important outcome of the home opener against the Giants. But just think about the efficiency. Brian, when's the last time we saw efficient offense in Washington?
Not often.
They put up over 400. They put up 425 yards in this thing. Mm-hmm. They were 50% on third down, 7-14. And a lot of those were kind of jammed up third downs because they had gotten dumb penalties. 10 penalties for 69 yards. Say you cut that by 40%, and that ends up being 6 penalties for 45 yards. Mm-hmm. They're probably putting up 30.
Yeah.
Like, when Jaden is on the field, this team has a chance to score damn near every time he touches the ball. That is wildly different. That is what should be your big takeaway. The other thing that's wildly different in the DC area, the damn weather. It's cold. I had a late TV show. I came in late last night, about like 1:15. It was cold outside. By the time I walked from the garage to this office building, which is in one of the most godforsaken locations in the city, it was hot. Like, the weather this time of year is nuts. It's unpredictable, and you need to be ready no matter what the temperature is with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system and assure peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com.
Big injury in the NFL. Kansas City Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco expected to land on the injured reserve because of a fibula injury. Commanders very impressive in a 21-18 win over the New York Giants with 7 field goals, franchise record for Austin Seibert. Jaden Daniels, 226 through the air. Brian Robinson Jr., 133. On Fox TV, Daniels on the impact of Brian Robinson.
He ran the ball hard. Obviously, he had a phenomenal game. I love him and right beside me in the backfield.
Houston beat Chicago 19-13. New Orleans over Dallas 44-19. Las Vegas shocks the Ravens 26-25. Nationals down the Marlins 4-3 thanks to 2 homers from James Wood. 6 innings from Mackenzie Gore. He allowed 1 unearned run, and the Nationals went 11-2 against the Marlins this season. They're at Citi Field tonight at 7:10 p.m. Nationals versus the Mets right here on the Fan. Washington Spirit defeated Houston 3-0. Mystics lost to Dream 76-73. U.S. team defeats European team to win back the Solheim Cup. I'm Byron Curb on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In case you've never listened to our program, there's going to be a lot of football coverage. Football coverage on 1067 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, we made a point of really almost celebrating the fact that they got a dub. They hadn't gotten a win.
I would say this, Jay. It was a lot of happy people in the stadium. Yesterday in the stands. It's like we gotta stop celebrating the minority. Because I think the people that we always are addressing is not a large group.
Well, I'm not even worried about large or small or whatever, because I think you and I talked about how encouraged I was with Jaden and just the kind of moxie of this team. Offensive efficiency matters to me at such a high level, and we haven't seen it here in a long time. We haven't seen balance, Brian, in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Eckler. So just your running backs yesterday, because Jaden.
I just like the way he started the game. It just let me know something good was gonna happen,
dude. The 2 running backs combined for 25 carries for about 170 yards, which is just fantastic. Eckler averaged 4.8 on the ground. B-Rob averaged 7.8. B-Rob at one point broke his career high for a long rush with a 32-yard run, and then a quarter later broke that with a 40-yard run.
He had 17 carries for 133 yards, it was?
Yeah. So 7.8 and 4.8. They're averaging 6.2 on the ground. I think you mix that with the passing that was spread around. I've been saying probably 2 months how much I thought Zach Ertz would play a really big role in this.
Mm-hmm.
In the first half, when they really couldn't get much in the pass game going, Ertz was there. He made some really big plays. That one kind of lollipop Jaden floated up that Ertz came down with.
Let me ask you this question.
Big time play.
How do you run a play and then go back to that play?
What do you mean?
After they ran the play, they ran another play on the sideline after that play, and then they went back to look at that play.
Oh, dude. So
the refs yesterday were pissing me off.
Well, the refs yesterday were horrible, and you know what? Obviously, this ownership group is spending a ton of money and making a ton of improvements. But whatever the hell was going on with the referee's mic yesterday, the sound was a disaster.
Mhm.
And then to couple that, at least for me trying to work this game, I don't know if you got service, but my computer, the internet was terrible. So it's like generally, as long as I can have access to what is going on. So the website called NFL Jesus, NFL GSIS, Game Stats Information System, that is live information from the league. So if I can't hear, but I have NFL Jesus working, cool, I can still see everything.
Mhm.
But if I can't hear and I don't have access to that, me and others, somebody whose name rhymes with Don Jime, we're going nuts because we weren't able to do the job. Whatever, they'll figure that out, right?
Mhm.
But for fans that were just in the stands, that must have been infuriating to not be able to hear what the refs were saying, and they were out there all the time.
But my whole thing is, I always felt a play happens, another one is ran. You can't go back to that other place. A play already been ran.
Well, dude,
what the hell they were going to do?
They were challenging stuff that they then didn't fix, but then decided to fix something else. Like when they thought they had converted and then it became 4th and 1. Brian Daboll also has that thing where he just challenges because he's pissed off, which is not a great trait.
Mm-hmm. But the referee has to be able to say, look, the play's gone. I mean, I watched the play. You see the ball is in Ertz's hands. They run another play on the sideline, and then they stop the game and go back. And that took a long damn time.
Totally. The game took forever. The replay reviews coming from New York are the replay assistants.
I'm a little sick of that already.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
That's a way of trying to do some stuff from behind closed doors, and you either make your little refs look stupid or look bad, and then you just try to cover for them. Which one is it? Because that happened already 2 times against us in the first game, and we lost both of them. So I'm not liking that replay assistance crap.
Dan Quinn said this. I just got this tweet from Chief of DC. And Dan Quinn said this yesterday in the postgame, that penalties of aggression that happen in game, even pass interference can fall into this, but especially if you get a roughing or, as long as something's not dirty, but it's like you're just playing so balls to the wall that maybe you're over the line, coaches will live with that all day.
All day.
Post-snap procedural stuff makes it furious.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, that's a reflection on coaching when it continues to happen and happen and happen. I think yesterday, the red zone situations were a reflection on coaching. Ideally, they get that stuff cleaned up. But I just think offensively yesterday was I don't think this was the main course, right? Like if this is a big, nice meal, like if offensively what we saw in Tampa was
a bad appetizer.
Yeah, or maybe like a ham sandwich, but from like a gas station. You know what I mean? Like it's a sandwich, you could eat it, but it's from a gas station, and not like not like Wawa, but like Sunoco. You know what I mean?
Nah.
Yesterday,
Jeff's corner gas station.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yesterday we saw we got an appetizer and we started to get a meal. But then, like, your wife called, you had to leave. Like, you didn't see all of it. Like, there's a big, fancy meal waiting for them.
It's coming.
Offensively.
I'm just listen,
but you got to be.
My whole thing is 2 games into this thing. And I understand this is a microwave society. People want stuff done, boom. It takes some time. And at least you saw glimpses of what it could be. And I think as they keep, because what I love is you have a young quarterback who doesn't go out there and play like he doesn't go about the game like a young quarterback. Because when somebody jumped, he was in that ass. He's letting them know about themselves. You see what I'm saying? And I think ultimately you need someone who's going to, look, bro, we got to get this thing right. And over time, you'll start to see this thing grow. But I don't understand people that want everything to be perfect yesterday when you've been living 40 years, you still not, if people don't still have stuff perfect. Give them a little time.
You know what happened yesterday?
They won.
They didn't punt.
Yeah. I know.
Shout out to Tress.
When Tress came by, I threw some water. He said, man, come on. I didn't even sweat today.
7 perfect holds. They didn't punt once.
I mean, we talked about that last week when Tampa didn't punt till late or whatever.
Tampa didn't punt till like the 3rd quarter.
And then we were like, okay, boom, we didn't punt.
They didn't punt. I mean, Giants might be awful. We'll find out. And I think Monday night against Cincinnati could be tricky. But I think Washington can score now and move the ball now in these situations. Does that mean we need to have a conversation about this defense? Obviously. I think you were saying this last week. I think it continued this week. You are getting somewhere between 0 and not enough from your front.
Yeah.
You're not stopping the run. Devin Singletary yesterday had 16 carries for 95 yards, basically averaged 6 a pop. A lot of that was interior. Whereas Washington's getting to the edges, certainly with Eckler and Daniels. The Giants largely won the run game on the interior. I think the entire defensive front, you're not getting the push, the pressure. They had 1 sack yesterday from Clelin Ferrell. I don't want to measure everything by sacks, just
I think they
hitting the quarterback.
The thing about it is, a lot of times players get caught up in, they call it the little waltz, where you're dancing with the guy blocking you. You have to hit him and disengage. There's a way you got to get rid of him to make the plays. And if you look at football yesterday, you watch a lot of guys, they hit, stab, throw, and they're sitting there waiting in the hole, or they just go past the guy. We're getting caught up in trying to drive our guys back. I see it several times where I see the guards on skates, but the running back runs right past us. You know what I mean? So if you learn to engage, if you can knock him back 2 yards, throw him to the side and then make the tackle right there. But if you're blowing back 5 yards and the tackle run past you and they gain 5 or 6, that's not a good job.
Daniel Jones dropped back 28 times. He had another 5 carries. Of those 5, my guess would be that 3 of them were scrambles and not design runs. So that's at least, let's call it 30 times easy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was sacked once, but Washington combined to hit the quarterback. Not even sacks, just to hit the quarterback 4 times. Farrell had 1 QB hit. That was the sack. Allen had a QB hit, and Dorrance Armstrong had 2. Like, the defense, we have real questions about the secondary. I saw Emmanuel Forbes yesterday. I posted a photo. He had a big old wrap.
I talked to him after the game.
Wrap/cast thing on his thumb/hand. I would imagine he's
right hand. I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, right hand. I imagine he's at least missing 1 more, but we'll see. I don't know. The secondary, they made a good adjustment. I thought BSJ had a good game yesterday. The forced fumble was really good. He at least slowed Neighbors down. Neighbors looks like a dude, by the way. Neighbors looks like a problem for 10 years.
Yeah, he is. But I can tell you one thing. When Louisville hit him, he jumped up, acted like he was tough. And you just kept watching him. All of a sudden,
as he kind of got to the sideline.
You know, it's just like that. You know, when you get hit, that adrenaline got you going. Then all of a sudden, you realize that hurt.
Yeah, he got drilled.
Louisville, I
had a good game.
He's aggressive. I love that.
He led them in tackles, had the big hit on Neighbors, like you mentioned. But unless this defensive front can start to generate some pressure, the whole defense is going to struggle. And I think it's going to struggle on every level because of players on every level. But what pressure up front can do for you is a lot.
It changes the whole ball game.
And I don't know that it's coming, B.
It's going to have to come. It's going to have to come with the players you have. The players you have, like the little thing I said to you just now, they have to learn how to hit, stab, then disengage. Yesterday, when you watch them, they are staying in and connected to the players, offensive players, too much. Disengage, and you can make tackles. That's all they have to do. And I'm sure they're going to be talking about it. Like, you have to get it done.
Joe Theismann joins us at 11 a.m. We'll open the phone lines up 11:30. We're not doing blame pie. We're doing credit pie. What a day. Yeah. All right, it's a Victory Monday on B. Mitch and Finley. Joe Theismann is going to join us in about 10 minutes. I'm really curious what Joe T thought, particularly of Jaden kind of really settling in as a passer in the second half of that game yesterday. I thought he was really, really freaking good.
Mhm.
A lot of folks are watching in the stream. Wanted to say good morning to everybody in the stream.
I haven't been on the stream in a while. I'm going to have to look at the
Phone
folks.
lines open in about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. I haven't even said good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Hello, Landfill. Hello, Jeffrey. We came out of the gates hot. Wanted to get it moving this morning. How we doing?
Hey, I'm great, man. I'm great. I'm feeling good.
Jeff was at the game yesterday. Very well behaved.
Real wet. Real quiet.
Jeff also just said that if the Commanders would let him call offensive plays like he does in Madden, they'd be cooking. Is that accurate, Landfill?
That is not.
I mean, there was just so much that I can't even make sense of it.
No, that is not accurate.
I had to walk out of this room because Jeff was talking to B. Mitch about Madden. So then I walked in there.
And he followed you.
He followed me in there to talk about Madden. And then I came back in here.
He loves his Madden game.
Yeah,
although he lost all his games in one league. He was
in the league he played with Darius, he was over. He was
but that's different.
Yeah, that's different.
Yes, the league
Did
plays
everybody
different.
play under the same rules?
Play me with the regular teams.
No.
I'm winning.
The answer is no.
I'm winning.
I don't have the time to do that.
Landini, what'd you think of the game yesterday?
I mean, they got the win. That's what matters.
That's the prime thing you're going out
Ultimately,
for. You
they
set
got
out
the
to
win.
everyone.
And Jaden played well. So, I mean, win-win, really.
I think
2 wins.
like there are a lot of things we can take away from yesterday, but I think you nailed the top 2. And I think the other stuff is further down the list. Jeffrey, what'd you think yesterday?
Ugly win, but I'm gonna take it. Like y'all say,
better than a pretty loss.
Yep, I'm gonna take it. I'm good. There's a lot of areas of improvement to be made, but like you said, JP, we're gonna bask in the good stuff today.
We'll do all of it. I just think you got to start with the good stuff, like because
we gonna get to the good part.
There was a lot of it. Is kind of my point.
It was. I mean, listen, man. Every game is not going to be a 28, 21, 14-point win. Some games going to be just like it was yesterday. They may end up like hell. The Chiefs won by 1 point. Okay?
Last second field goal.
A last second field
Over
goal.
a good team.
Over a team that didn't play well the first game. Looked very lethargic the first game. And they were at their home field. So it says getting the win that's all that matters for the most part.
I think especially when you're part of a franchise that has a 9-game losing streak, that hasn't won a division game in over a year. Like they went 0-6 in the division last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they are right now in the NFC East? 1-0.
Yep. And they are not happy right up the road.
Dude, I think the Giants got big trouble, and Washington didn't play their best, but was able to get a dub. I think that really matters for – listen, I've given you my theory on NFL head coaches, right? There's like 3 buckets. And sometimes people can exist in more than one bucket, but generally there's 3 buckets. There's the person guy, the people guy, the leader, the morale, the charisma, all of that.
Yeah.
Then there's just the strategist, dude. This dude's going to out scheme you, whatever his advantage is, offense, defense, whatever that is. That guy is better than you, or that guy can put a staff and a game plan together that is better than you, right? And then there's, unfortunately, this exists, and people in Washington know this very well. The third bucket is just the ownership or management stooge, that they just hire somebody they know they can micromanage, right?
Yep. There are some people that can do both of those things, which you just talked about.
They're the Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, Joe Gibbs.
Yeah.
When you can be a people guy and a strategy guy, I think Sean McVay's on that track, even though they're 0-2. Like, those guys typically win Super Bowls, go to Hall of Fame. They're hard to find. I think Dan Quinn, to me, is very much a people guy. He is a locker room builder. And I think for what he's trying to accomplish here, to rebuild some confidence in the organization from within, getting a win is really freaking important.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that's why yesterday was a big step. I was in the locker room. nobody was doing handstands. This was not like we're going to throw a keg party.
No.
But they were happy they didn't lose.
Yeah, they're happy they got a win, man. Listen, just getting that first win or getting the win under your belt, that feels good, man. That tastes good. That makes you go out there and work a lot harder.
I'll tell you what, Joe Shane, Giants GM, I texted you. He was in now a lot of times visiting.
Now, both of those, all those groups you named got to have a good GM to give them great talent.
100%.
I haven't seen I don't care what the scheme is. When you got horrible talent, it doesn't work.
Sure. I think now listen, opposing front offices often are in the press box just because there's no place for everyone to sit. Joe Shane and a number of the Giants front office were in the press box. It looked like a nervous bunch, B. Joe Shane was wearing a fly-ass suit, though. I'll tell him that. But
yeah, he should be nervous. The man already told you. The game tonight can tell him a lot. And if Saquon don't go off tonight.
Oh, Saquon again?
If Saquon goes off tonight, Joe Shane might get a meeting.
I did notice this last night from our guy, Pat Leonard. I got to talk to Pat for a few minutes in the press box yesterday. Pat covers the Giants for the Daily News, has been kind enough to join our program a number of times. He just tweeted out last night, Washington 21, Giants 18, final. The Commanders did not punt today. Strong chance there will be a new regime in New York in 2025.
Damn.
Yo, juxtapose that with what we were hearing coming out of training camp or after Hard Knocks when it was like made very clear, like, hey, Daboll and Shane, their seats aren't hot. Everything's cool. Don't worry.
And now how can they haven't sat down yet? It's warming up, baby.
You know the end of Animal House when Kevin Bacon's walking around and he's like, remain calm, everything's under control. Meanwhile, the whole town's like up in flames. Look out, Big Blue. A win is a win. Joe Theismann joins us next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Victory Monday for the Washington Commanders, defeating the New York Giants 21-18. Austin Seibert debut, 7 field goals for a franchise record. Jaden Daniels, 226 yards through the air, and Brian Robinson Jr., 133 yards rushing. One thing Dan Quinn has on his to-do list, stop the penalties.
I thought those are things that we've got to be able to clean up. You've heard me say before, the combative ones, we're going to continue to teach and go with, but pre or post snap, those are the ones that we got to get out of our game. And so we'll work hard to do that.
Sunday night, Houston beat Chicago 19-13. KC over Cincinnati 26-25. New Orleans stuns Dallas 44-19. Las Vegas shocks the Ravens 26-23. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco injured fibula. He could go on injured reserve. Nationals baseball beat the Marlins again 4-3. James Wood with 2 homers. Mackenzie Gore allowed 1 unearned run in 6 innings. The Nats went 11-2 against the Marlins this year. They're off to New York to take on the Mets in Flushing. Spirit won, Mystics fell. U.S. team defeated European team at Robert Trent Jones Golf Club 15.5 to 12.5 to win back the Solheim Cup. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067. The Fan. Eagles play tonight. Jahan Dotson to score the first touchdown, B. Plus 2,000. You want that? You want that action?
Nah.
Shout out to everybody listening to the program.
AJ blow a fuse.
Very excited to welcome on Joe Theismann to the program. I just looked this up. Scarence Terrence on Twitter says, listening to B. Mitch and Finley on a Victory Monday hits like crack. So we got that going.
I like that.
Joe T, how are you?
You celebrate them all.
I'm good. I'm good, guys. Yeah, finally we get to celebrate a Monday. It feels good. I mean, a win is a win. I mean, it's, you don't get style points. Nobody's out there saying, well, this looked like this looked like that. We found a way to win, and that was the important thing.
Joe, when you have a kicker, you play with Mosey, and you got a kicker that can bake them all the time. When a kicker comes in and do that, he's a hero for you, right?
He really is. I mean, it's funny. You've got the guys practicing all the time. The kickers usually go on to another field, and they, Tress will be over there with them, and they'll be hanging out. And all of a sudden, guys give them a hard time. Oh, you're a kicker. You just hang around all day. You don't do a whole lot. And then all of a sudden, you get down to the time in the game where you really need him, and he's everybody's friend if he makes it.
Right. Yep. That's what they were kind of saying in the locker room last night.
Yeah, and if he misses it, it's like they don't even know you. I mean, it's the locker room dynamic is such a fun place. If it's in it, I mean, it's just the things that happen, the personalities based upon how games turn out. But when you have somebody like, for example, Mark was the MVP in 1982 of the National Football League. We would not have won. We wouldn't have been even in the playoffs had it not been for Mark. And of course, with John, we wouldn't have won. So, those two guys were vital to our success. And I think, once we find our way into the end zone, this is a great way to say, okay, we've got the kicker here. We know what we've got. Now we have to start putting the ball in the end zone and let him start kicking extra points instead of field goals.
Yeah.
Joe, one thing I couldn't help but think of, and not that this is a direct comparison, but, the Washington organization, I think they were the football team. Honestly, I think they were the football team the last time they beat the Giants. And I think they hadn't won an NFC East game since 22. And they hadn't won a game in almost a year. They hadn't won a game since last November in New England. I know that you were part of Joe Gibbs' first team that started, I think it was 0-5, and then you guys were
That's right.
you guys were able to turn that thing around. I don't want to compare yesterday to that, but when you've been on a team that has really struggled out of the gate, what does it feel like to finally break through and get a W?
It feels like a big weight lifted off your shoulders. It really does. I mean, no matter how you find a way to win, we lost. Obviously we lost to San Francisco as our last, but took us to 0-5. Then we went into Chicago, and interestingly enough, we still hadn't found an offense that became something very special. I think in the game against Chicago, Neil Olkowitz intercepted a pass. Dave Butts jumped on a fumble. And we wound up winning that game, by not a large margin at all. But it was in Chicago, and it was the first victory. And once you taste victory, you want more.
Yeah.
It's like that great piece of meat that you're cutting up, whether it's that steak that you have, it just tastes so good and you look forward to it again. And it makes going to work so much more enjoyable.
Yes.
And I think that's and this is such a unique group of guys that have really, really never experienced it together. I mean, there's so many new guys on this football team. This is their first experience as a team to get that feeling. And I'm sure Dan is saying to him as he stands in the meetings, how does this feel?
Mm-hmm.
Remember this feeling. This is the feeling that we want a lot more of. Well, and it's it gets you going.
You mentioned
they went 7-2 down the stretch that year too. Yeah. After the 0-5 start.
Actually, we were 8-3.
8-3 down the stretch. But you remember? You said how Neil jumped caused a fumble or whatever. Yesterday, we're not talking about this. Benjamin St. Juice causes a fumble. That's the only turnover in the game. We didn't have any turnovers. They did.
Yeah.
And a game that close, that happens. Makes you win.
It could be that one play, Mitch. You're absolutely right. It's that one opportunity, and you never know when your number is gonna be the one to make it happen. I mean, how about the pass interference call in the Kansas City game?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, guy going up to try and knock a ball away, going to try and make a play, goes through the receiver. Now you wind up with an opportunity to kick it. It is one play, and people will say, well, in the beginning of the season, it's only one game. Every game has a significant value to it, whether it's the first game or the 17th game.
Yep.
It doesn't matter in this business. And if it's the first play of the game or it's the last play of the game, that can be the one that makes the difference. That's why you have to be at such a high level all the time. And the instant that you relax is the instant that they capitalize on something, and you wind up losing the ball game.
Talking with our friend Joe Theismann here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. You can follow Joe at Theismann7, of course, 2 N's on that. Joe, I did want to talk specific about Jaden. I thought he was really impressive, particularly in the second half yesterday. I think he made some adjustments. What did you think from the rookie quarterback?
He continues to grow, and that's, we've talked about this, and we'll talk about this as the year goes on. We want to see him make better decisions. We want to see him hang in the pocket a little longer. We want to see him handle pressure. I'd love to see him run out of bounds and protect himself. That one hit he took on the side, I guarantee his ribs are a little sore today. Even though you wear rib pads, they're a little bit sore today. And you relate that to if you watch the Chicago game last night with Houston, Caleb Williams just got beat to an ever-loving pulp last night. I mean, they ran over him upside down and spun him around 1,000 different directions. But you can't continue to take those kind of hits. That's why you learn to get the ball out of your hands as quick as you can and make decisions. I thought Cliff Kingsbury did a masterful job early in that football game to give Jaden a chance to find some comfort. You look at the first half of that football game. Hardly threw the ball down the field at all. Threw little quick screens, threw the ball into the flat, threw some short stuff, and just really got the ball out of his hands. And so now as everybody works up a sweat and works up a lather and gets into the game, you can expand that a little bit. He makes the big throw down the middle of the football field to our tight end. which really, set up the opportunity to win the ball game. But that, that moment, it's just what we were talking about before. That one moment, that one play makes a world of difference, whether it's on the defensive side, the offensive side, and, obviously the kicking game spoke for itself yesterday. But I thought, as I watched that game, I thought, boy, he's really, really just, spoon feeding Jaden just to get him more comfortable. And we used to do this with hitches all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We'd run Charlie 10. We'd run hitches all the time. That's all it was. And what it did is it got me into a rhythm. It got me feeling comfortable. It got the ball out of my hands. Gave the offensive line a chance to sort of take the blows a little bit, figure out what's going on up front. But I really, I don't think anybody has talked about that part of it. But I thought Cliff did a great job, a masterful job. I think him a chance to get more and more comfortable.
When you look at it, though, Joe, it's I think we understand it needs to be a little patience with him. But everybody just look at fantasy stats and wanted it to be 300 yards passing every game. That takes time to be able to go out there and deliver that.
It does, and it takes the offense. This is a group of guys that haven't played a lot together. This is a line that, I thought the line, got better as well. I thought they held up, better as the game went on. And Jaden's we know he's gonna make plays with his legs. There's no question. He's gonna run around and make plays. I mean, that's who he is, and that's who he's gonna be. And to ask him not to do that, you'd be taking away the part of his game that I think is very difficult to defend. But it does take time. And, hey, it's a W for him. It's his first W. It's Dan's first W. And that's something that you want to appreciate, not necessarily say, well, the statistics weren't this, the statistics weren't that. I'd like to see his passing yards go up and his rushing yard numbers go down. But that'll happen as time goes on, I'm sure.
Specific to Cliff, the call that really stood out to me, and I was watching in the press box with a bunch of other guys, and there is so much at the line of scrimmage, right, between the screens and the short stuff, that you were wondering when they were going to set it up to go the other way. And I thought the play call where they did it, about midway through the fourth quarter, they hit Eckler on the screen on the backside, and he ran for about 30. Got down into the red zone inside the 10 again. They weren't able to score. But I just thought that was a masterful, he had been setting that up the whole time. You don't know how they're going to hit that coming out, whether it's you run a backside post or, there's a lot of things you could do. But I just thought that was the perfect call at the perfect time.
It was. And what it was is it's the perfect place on the field. If you look at different spots on a field, you see coaches develop a personality as to what they want to call. We used to play the Dallas Cowboys. When we got to the 30-yard line, we played the Dallas Cowboys. You knew they were going to blitz you because they wanted to take you out of field goal range. You just knew it was coming. And I thought, nobody's really going to talk about that, but I thought Cliff did an excellent job. Not only, like I said, in the beginning of the game, but he picked his spot for that special play.
Yeah.
You're right. You set it up, you run this, you run that, and all of a sudden, here you are where you want to be, situation in the game, need a big play, need a special play, and it was right there for it, and we executed. That's the biggest thing. The execution turned out great.
Joe, I did want to ask you, talking with Joe Theismann here, Redskins legend, and how frustrating. I don't know if you were ever in a game where there were red zone struggles like Washington had yesterday. How frustrating does that get, though, for a quarterback? I mean, Jaden's numbers are pretty good. I mean, kid's completing 75% of his passes, but the inability to score yesterday in the red zone and the previous week, just in the past game at all, does that weigh on you at all?
Yeah, it does. You want to get in the end zone, but it starts by discipline up front. I don't know what they're going to say to the offense as a whole, and say, look, we cannot get to the 5-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Have first and goal, and then all of a sudden turn around, have first and goal from the 10. Plays, the sequence of the plays you want to run, it changes everything. Because everything is, if you look at a game plan, all those categories are there for a reason. And goal line categories are there for a reason. Now all of a sudden it's not, it's like half of the 20s, to be honest with you, when you're at the 10.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, I think the discipline has to come from up front. Now, I got to be honest with you. I see this more than just with us. Because you operate out of the gun, it's hard for people to hear, and they base things off of movement to a large degree. You watch the San Francisco 49ers. They have very few penalties like that, simply because Brock works from under the center quite a bit. Purdy is under the center more than probably any team in football. He works from under the center. And you just don't see guys. They can hear it better. They can see it better. They find the sequence better to be able to get an idea where you are in your drop.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in the gun and you're down around the goal line, it's very condensed. And so people are just getting closer to the line of scrimmage. Safeties are creeping up. Backers are creeping up. Offensive linemen get a little antsy. They get, they want to be certain of what they're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I say, in the gun, it's a little bit harder, I think, for the guys to hear what they want to do.
That's a good point.
But,
you look at the game yesterday, though, and their issues were self-inflicted. The false starts, the holding on the kickoff return.
Dude,
to start the game.
The special team star they called up had 2 personal fouls on kickoffs in the first quarter.
Yeah, the thing about it, I don't like the referee called that way behind Eckler. I mean, it kills me.
Well, the thing. Well, here's the thing. I understand the referee called it, but it's Eckler's already gone. What are you holding on for?
Yes.
That to me, it's my question is, what are you doing when you see he's gone? As soon as he passes you, he's gone. This is what drives me crazy on swing passes and screens. I see offensive linemen and receivers, anybody who's out in front of a screen, they turn around and look back. Like, nobody's going to catch this guy from the back, knock somebody in front of him out of the way so he can keep running. But you see this all the time. You see the screen, and all of a sudden they get going a little bit, and somebody turns around and they're looking behind them. It's we're not going to see too many kickoffs. I don't think we're going to see too many kickoffs returned for touchdowns. And it was exciting. We had one, and all of a sudden it's gone. But at least we know we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing. You put something on film right now where the guys can study and say, if we do this minus the holding, we got a chance for big plays.
Definitely.
Joe, last one for me. How much would you like to play with a guy like Austin Eckler?
I did. I was blessed. I had Joe Washington. I mean, Austin reminds me an awful lot of him. Nick Giacquino was another one I had. They can run inside. They can run outside. They've got speed. They've got great hands. Truly, which you don't see. You just don't see it in football anymore. These guys are every down backs. They could be. If so desired, and it wasn't such a long season, and get them to beat the pulp out of them, they could be every down players. And Austin's that kind of a football player. Smart, blocks well. Like I said, I was blessed to have Joe and Nick in the backfield along with John when I played. So I know how much of a luxury it is. And from a play calling standpoint, I know how we utilize them. And that's the way Cliff is utilizing Austin as well. And I thought, this is another thing. B-Rob, he had himself one heck of a day.
Yes, he did.
Okay? I mean, you talk about man running mean and nasty. That was an angry man running the football yesterday.
For sure.
And it was great to see.
Yeah.
For sure.
We had a lot of really positive things happen. Now we got to get on the end zone.
There you go.
Yeah, man. Baby steps, right? Baby steps. Joe,
Right.
We really appreciate you making time
Appreciate
for
you,
us,
Joe.
dude. It's been a lot of fun talking as we're watching this Jaden progression in real time.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch. I'm thrilled and excited. Like I said, just the sidelines are just a step away, Jaden. Just a step away.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it, man.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, man.
Joe Theismann, legend. He's saying, for Jaden Daniels, sidelines just a step away. For you, if you're considering buying or selling a home, the right answer is just a step away. And the right answer is our friend, John Leahy.
Yep, you could be going through different things in your life, just like Kendrick. He was going through a divorce and needed to sell his Ox Road property fast. John Leahy's foolproof system and cutting-edge marketing combined to help create more demand. Not only did Kendrick's property end up receiving multiple offers, his house also sold for $13,000 more than he expected in only 3 days. He and his soon-to-be ex Both got the money they needed, and they were pleased to go their separate ways in the pursuit of a new happily ever after. How can John help you put you on the right path? Start by finding out what your home worth is in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. And it only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com as well. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs. He knows that life happens, and if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's the thing. If you're looking to sell your home because you know rates are about to drop and you think everything is about to go crazy, call John. He can talk you through all the nuances of the housing market. Nothing is simple. Everything has some context. John Leahy is the right guy to have that conversation. He has sold thousands of homes in every possible scenario you can predict. He is the right guy to walk you through this process. And truthfully, it's probably the single most important financial transaction you're ever going to make in your life. I'd want an expert. You should too. That's why I'd call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Commanders find a way to win, beating the Giants 21-18. 7 field goals from newcomer Austin Seibert. Jaden Daniels, 226 yards passing. Head coach Dan Quinn on the fans at Northwest.
I was really pumped for the fans here for today. A win here, I felt them, I heard it, and so I thought that was just really cool to start that relationship together with the team in the city.
Sunday night, Houston beat Chicago 19-13. Kansas City over Cincinnati 26-25. New Orleans stuns Dallas 44-19. Las Vegas shocks Baltimore 26-23. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco expected to land on the injured reserve with a fibula injury. Falcons and Eagles live play-by-play begins with the pregame show 7:30 tonight on Team 980. Nationals defeat the Marlins 4-3. James Wood, 2 homers, off to New York to take on the Mets tonight 7:10 on the Fan. U.S. team over the European team to win the Solheim Cup 15.5 to 12.5. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We talk a lot of football.
Yep.
On this program. We talk
that we do
about every single Commanders game for weeks.
Profusely.
Yeah. It has been almost a calendar year since we've gotten to do a credit pie. Since we've gotten to do who deserves credit for a win. They lost 8 straight to end the year and then lost the opener.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is going to be here, B, but it's going to feel good to do a credit pie.
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to start? You want me to start? The boys in the aquarium? Maybe we'll let
credit pie. 100%. No, I'm going to go credit pie. I'm going to go 25% Adam Peters for having my man old Seibert on the radar. I'm going to give some credit to my man Izzo because I'm giving credit to the damn kick return. He's been working on this thing. I'm giving credit to the 7 field goals, and that's the coach there. So you got to give the coach some credit. And then I'm giving the rest of it to the damn kicker. He made every one of them. But no, Tress gets some credit, and also Tyler Ott. So let's just say they get the rest of the credit mixed up with the kicker. All that little whole what's called it, the operation.
The operation.
Yeah.
So
they get about, 65%.
Between the 3 of them, 65?
65, 10 for Izzo, and 25 for Adam.
Okay. Adam Peters, 25%. Larry Izzo, 10%. 65 to Tress, Ott, and Seibert.
Yeah.
All right. That's a lot.
Hey, man. When it happens, it happens.
It does. Listen, you're right. They all deserve a ton of credit. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Credit pie now. Phone lines are open. B. Mitch, credit pie. Commanders, 21-18 win. I mean, how hard is it to kick 7 field goals?
Yeah, we've been seeing how it is to kick 1. And this kid came, and at the end of the game, he was so calm, man.
Just so humble.
I said,
humble
as
and
you
gracious.
I asked a question about golf. So when you get into a rhythm in golf, routine in golf, what's the first thing you start thinking? How good you can be, or damn, I don't want to make no mistake. So I asked him, did he get like that in kicking the field goal? I said, after you get to like the 4th, 5th one, he said, no, I have an operation. I go through my operation, I go out there and I just do my kicking. When he was kicking he said he was kicking at a tree at home. So he's trying to hit the tree. If you can hit the tree, you can hit the middle of that damn goalpost.
The tree thing was a very interesting. I wasn't expecting the tree thing.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take your calls. 800-636-1067. Credit Pies. I'm going through mine right now, trying to kind of work my way through who deserves the credit. I'm getting a whole bunch of tweets about this. T. Quinn says 50% to the kicker, 30% to B-Rob, 20% to Jaden. B-Rob was a beast. I thought Eckler was really good. Yep. I thought Ertz was really good. I think this
I could have given some credit to St. Juice for that damn punch out.
Bro, I have him on my list.
That turnover made the difference.
I'm trying to do the math here because, that's not exactly a strong suit.
Want me to add it up for you?
No, that's 50. That's 80. That's 90. All right, I think I'm ready. You ready?
Go ahead.
33% of the credit has to go to the kicker.
Okay.
Seibert. He made every kick.
Yeah.
It's one thing to make every kick when you kick it 3 times. He made every kick, and he kicked it 7 times.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. And then to your point, and I wonder if we wouldn't need to credit these guys so much, but we saw last year with Theismann.
The operation was not good.
Dude, and the hold was perfect. The snap was perfect. I'm giving, 50% of my credit is going to the kicking operation.
Yeah.
Of that, I'm giving 33% of it, so 2/3 of it to the kicker, and the other third to the snapper and the holder.
Okay.
So now I'm at 50 chips, I think. I really think Jaden deserves a ton of credit, and I think there's a recurring thing that nobody's talking about. Dude does not turn the ball over.
Yeah.
In an incredibly close game like that, you said it talking to Theismann that the one turnover might have been the difference in the game.
Totally.
And for a rookie quarterback that has the ball, I mean, he threw the ball 29 times yesterday, ran another 10, got walloped a couple times. And we're all going to talk about the hit he took that knocked the wind out of him. He was getting smoked in the pocket, which is one thing I've always pointed out in these conversations that I feel like is a little unfair towards running quarterbacks. Some of the biggest hits happen in the pocket, too.
All the time.
He got crushed repeatedly, did not turn it over. I thought second half Jaden is who the whole city is waiting to see, and that person expanding.
Yep.
I thought Jaden was really good. I thought Robinson was excellent. There was a number of times where he looked down and just continued to muscle his way out. I've got Jaden and B-Rob for 15. I thought Eckler was fantastic. I've got Eckler for 10. Then I've got Zach Ertz for 5. Benjamin St. Juice for another 5.
Right.
BSJ had the forced fumble, which was a vital play. I also think that he really slowed things down with Neighbors once he got onto his, once they benched Mike Davis and had BSJ move around with him. I think that changed a lot. I think you could probably maybe move Robinson up, maybe even Jaden, frankly. You could if you wanted to give this 100% to the kicker. On it. He was so good.
Yes, he was.
Phone lines are lit up. We're gonna get some folks going. I think Jupe is the man to kick things off. Jupe, it's been a very long time since I've asked you for a credit pie, sir. But today is that day. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But first, it's been a long time coming. We got to do the victory ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair. Woo!
Woo!
All right, my credit pie. I'm giving 30% to B-Rob, Eckler, and Ertz. You guys asked me who was most confident in. I said B-Rob and Eckler. It looked like those guys is Jaden's security blanket right now, and they're going to be feeding off of each other. My other 30% goes to JD and Cliff, because that screenplay where he rolled to the right and threw it back to Eckler was beautiful. It was a nice play. Now I'm going to give 30% to the kicker, of course. The man made 7 of 7. And then the last 10%, I'm going to show some love to the O-line. I'm going to give them 10%.
I would love to show love to the O-line, except for the repeated false starts inside the 10-yard line. That kind of negated it for me.
I got you. Yeah, I feel you on that standpoint. But, I mean, they pulled through when the time was needed. And if you look at this offense through these 2 games, With the way we're moving the ball up and down, and granted it's only one game with this kicker, it's automatic we're going to put points on the board, especially we get within that 40-yard line. I'm not sure what the guy's distance range is, but it's looking real good for us. Jaden is, B-Miss, remember last year, when you was talking about Sam, so far Jaden is stacking up games of good play.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping he's going to continue with that. That rib shot probably had his mind going, you know what, let me pass the ball a little bit more because that hurt. So, and my one negative I do got to say is I understand we're in a rebuild, so I can take that we getting beat because of lack of talent. But yesterday, the Giants was just spamming the curl plays, and it's like, where was the defensive adjustment on that? Outside of that, I'm hoping this thing keeps growing and improving. I'm excited for next Monday, fellas. That's all I got for y'all.
All right, brother.
Thanks, Juke. Great call, buddy. All right, phone lines are lit up. Plenty of stuff we need to do. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. Obviously, we do have to examine some of these defensive struggles. But right now, we're doing credit pie, baby. It's been a long time. We're going to get Jeffrey. We're going to get Landfill. We're going to let everybody on the phones chime in. Nobody go anywhere. Landville, you want to know something that made me and B, we'll politely say confused, is during the break, Jeff walked in and asked if we wanted to do blame pie also. And we were like, they won. What are we blaming them for? And Jeff's like, I don't know. I thought it was a cool idea. I found it slightly confusing.
All right, now we ain't gonna make me the bid because it was not said like that.
B, how was it said?
But let's be honest. There are some things we could blame for yesterday's win. It sounds weird, but
we've only done it for like 3 years now. And when we win, we do a credit pie. When we lose, we do a blame
There are
pie.
plenty of negatives to discuss.
I mean,
if we're talking about the win or the loss, you can't blame a win.
But B, it was.
I understand discussing
the semantics are weird.
No, we could discuss.
I was saying it sounds weird to say, but we definitely we get what the segment would be because even though it was an ugly win, B, we were in the red zone 7 times.
Yeah, and we can discuss that, but the blame pie, credit pie is about winning and losing. It ain't got nothing to do with everything else.
Let's hit these phones and see what these folks say. Ryan is on line 1. What up, Ryan? Credit pie, baby.
Well, you could probably give 100% to the kicker, but for all intents and purposes, we'll do 33% for the kicker. I think we do another 33% for Jaden and Cliff. I think if you look at the passing chart for Jaden, they're kind of opening up the playbook for him, allowing him to throw deep, a little bit deeper every time. Thought there were a couple great play calls, great screens by Cliff. And then no one's talked about him, but Noah Brown. I saw the snap count. 28% of snaps, that has to increase every week compared to Diami Brown's 70% of snaps. I don't care how good of a training camp Brown has. He hasn't impressed. We have the worst corners in the league, so that's probably who he was cooking in training camp. I think Noah Brown gives a size, speed, kind of like a Nico Collins ability on the outside. And then, so I'll give Noah Brown a little bit more credit. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you guys is, before the end, someone's got to tell me what happened with the healthy scratch to Jamin Davis. We need all the help we can get. I don't know why he's scratched, but we need more help on the defensive side from corner and getting guys like Jamin to play.
All right.
I'm going to address that real quick.
Yeah, because people keep asking.
No, I'm going to address it because the coach already said in the beginning of the year that they're going to have different groupings throughout the year where they're not going to always use the same people over and over again. And Jamin is actually learning a position, and they just probably felt it would be better. It didn't work out great, but they felt it would be better this week. So he'll be playing again probably next week. We're not going to play every week for the most part, to be honest with you.
I think a lot of it hinged. Hold on, Ryan. I think a lot of it hinged on what they thought Johnny Newton could give them. And then if they're going to be down a man on the interior, how they had to kind of react to that. And if you saw Saturday night, they elevated Carlos Watkins up. I also think that for so long, Jamin Davis has been such this like touch point of interest and care because of his draft status, whatever it was. Like, I just think if he was that good, like if he was awesome and made this tremendous difference in the week 1 loss to Tampa where they got their ass kicked, he wouldn't have been inactive, man. Like, I think we got to recalibrate expectations.
He did, but
it's a name everybody knows, so they want to ask about it. If you are one of the, like Jamison Crowder was inactive yesterday, that's a guy that's helped them before. Are you concerned about Crowder being inactive? Because I think we've got to recalibrate and understand that's about the level of player we're talking here.
Yeah, but I felt like Jamin had a couple good plays against Tampa. Obviously, it's hard to say every play, but 2 of the standout plays he had were tackles for loss that, I don't know. It just seemed like,
I hear you.
Like you said,
it is curious. I think it was dictated because of they kept Johnny Newton on the active, and then he was only able to play 12 snaps for you. So you've got to kind of make adjustments based on that. And Jamin, because granted, he deserves credit for converting positions and all that, but there is no way you can include Jamin in any sort of rotation where he's going to bump inside. He just doesn't have the size for that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a guy like Watkins that you can call up can and does. I just think we need to like not treat that like it's like this shocking development and that's why the defense struggled or something. Because I just don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, and then I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on maybe bringing in some corner talent this week. And then, like I said, the Noah Brown. I just think he gives us an element that we don't have with size and speed. But I thought he was great in the limited snaps that he had. Have to see more going forward from him.
Agree with you on Brown. I think you will see more going forward. I mean, he was your second leading receiver yesterday. The most yards of any actual wideout. And I mean, B and I said it in the open. I think just watching him run, he does.
Yeah, I said last week, just watching him out there getting ready for the game, I think he'll bring something special. He's going to play more. I'll be honest with you. You're saying bring in some cornerbacks. How many great cornerbacks you think out there on the street right now?
Adam Peters at the end of training camp, when they made their roster cuts, it's like, listen, man, the reality is you probably don't get that much better this time of year.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but I think Adam Peters has already been looking, and if he had something he felt would be absolutely better, he would have brought him in here.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just to hammer this point home with Jamin, when you know you're keeping Johnny Newton elevated, you're going to let this kid play because you want to see him on the field, but he played 12 snaps. They probably knew it wasn't going to be a whole lot going in. They know they need somebody that could maybe rotate in, and they call up Carlos Watkins from the practice squad. Carlos Watkins, 6'3", 305. He gives you some versatility. Jamin Davis, I think, is 6'2", 230. There's zero chance that dude can help you in anything but that pass rusher role.
Yeah.
And you just needed versatility. And I think we got to have realistic expectations for why they felt that was a reasonable course of action. And I think it's because of where they think he is as a pass rusher. If Khalil Mack was on this team, he wouldn't be inactive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll also say the blame pie thing. If you guys did a blame pie, I'll say if we see anything out of Newton coming forward, Allen and Payne might be getting new homes at the trading deadline because they've been invisible. I mean, if we see anything out of Newton, this defense isn't good enough to be keeping some of these guys. I could see us accumulating assets for an Allen or Payne just to get something for next year's draft.
I don't know I don't know that that's a great, I think that's a reasonable thought, especially if you look at last year, ownership that's very analytically driven. This is a long-term rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, trading Chase away was one thing, but nobody wanted to trade Sweat, and they did it anyway. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the call, dude.
All right, brother.
Good call.
Thanks.
We're going to keep the phone lines open for the entire next hour. Everybody wants to call in, do it. 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Verizon. Washington Commanders take down the New York Giants 21-18 for their first victory of the season. Austin Seibert, 7 field goals. Jayden Daniels, 226 yards. Brian Robinson Jr., 133. Daniels on his running back.
Tremendously, man. He ran the ball hard. Obviously, he had a phenomenal game. I love him and right beside me in the backfield.
Tonight, it's the Falcons and the Eagles. 7:30 live play-by-play on Team 980. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco expected to land on the injured reserve with a fibula injury. Nationals beat the Marlins 4-3. James Wood, 2 homers.
Now the 1-0 delivery, swung on and high in the air to deep left center field. This is way back. This ball is going, and it is gone. Goodbye. That's about 7 rows deep into the Brewhouse red seats. It comes banging back down onto the playing field. Bang! Zoom goes James Wood.
The call from the Nationals Radio Network. Nats at the Mets tonight at 7:10 p.m. live on The Fan. Jake Irvin to the hill. The U.S. team defeated the European team 15.5 to 12.5 to win the Solheim Cup. Washington Spirit were victorious. Mystics lost in overtime. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's high noon in the District of Columbia. Now, listen. All coins have 2 sides. You want to tell me that if the Giants had a kicker, they might have won? You're right. They didn't. Shout out to Chucky Kickass on Twitter. Just tweeted me. He said, the defense definitely needs work, but for a little bit of optimism, if Washington had scored touchdowns on just half of their red zone attempts, it would have been a blowout.
Yeah.
Like, there was a path for the Giants to win that game. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Injuries impacted that. There was also a path for the Burgundy Gold to put up 35.
Yeah.
And that, go back to Tampa. Zach Ertz said this in the locker room last week, and I thought it was really interesting. He's like, listen, man, I recognize people are worried about it, but if they had just made, what was my guy's name? The cut. York. If York had just made the 2 kickoffs he missed, they would have scored on 5 of 8 possessions, which would have put them top 5 most efficient offenses in the NFL in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
I got concerns. I think the defense is a real, I'm going to try to be positive, work in progress.
Yeah, it is a work in progress, and we need to see it. And listen, I think more people are critical of it because you got the defensive coach comes in.
Sure.
And the effectiveness they had against us in Dallas.
Well, you start to wonder, scheme versus talent from Dallas.
I don't worry that because I just saw New Orleans run 44 up on them.
Yeah.
So we can't just look at that. So maybe that last week was just window dressing for Dallas. It may be what we saw yesterday.
Tampa might be good. A lot of folks been on hold a long time, so we're going to do this. JT's got a credit pie for me. JT, hit me.
Good afternoon, guys. My credit pie for yesterday is as follows. I split B-Rob and Eckler, 25 apiece. I've got Seibert with 30, Jayden with 10, both Ertz and BSJ got 5. And then I got what I call the Bonehead Award, and I gave that to Adam Peters. And I gave it to Adam. I know he was able to find Seibert, but guys, remember when we first started down this road of the new regime and we said that they had a lot of cap space? And I know they weren't trying to really spend it all, but when you go into a season knowing that both your two bookends were traded in the offseason and you don't really have a strong secondary, I thought that, they would have been able to find somebody to bring in here to either strengthen either the pass rush or the secondary. And so far, that has not happened. So that's what I got for my report card.
I appreciate the call, dude. So that's an interesting question because I heard this. Frankly, I heard this yesterday in the press box from other dudes, people that I know and respect and appreciate, that just said, why didn't they spend any money? They have all this cap space left over. Listen, if you and I, Brian and Landfill and Jeff, knew that the secondary had some real holes in it, they did too, and they didn't do anything about it. They knew they lost Sweat and Young and didn't do anything about it. They did. Now, that's not to say they didn't sign some patchwork one-year veteran contracts, and Dorrance Armstrong might be more than that. But by and large, they were willing to roll into this season without any major push from a free agency standpoint.
Yeah.
I don't see why people are confused. Go look at what they did with the Niners. They built it for the long term. And if you were to spend a bunch of money on somebody right now in 2 years, when maybe you're really ready to compete, your finances will
are going to be out of whack.
Right.
See, the thing about it is this is where I'm at. Like that caller right there. That caller must think that we are in position this year to be competing for an NFC championship. I don't think we are.
Well, see,
I don't think if we sign one pass rusher and he's going to get 18, 19, 20 million a year, I don't think we're there.
I think the difference is the NFL is so smart in that almost everybody till the end is competing for a playoff spot, right? The league is designed for teams to go about 500.
It's designed for that, but that doesn't happen very often.
And they've expanded the playoffs now. So you got 7 teams getting in, you got 3 wild cards. And what happens is like at least until Thanksgiving, just about everybody but the Panthers is going to be in the hunt. And so people are like, oh man, well, we could get in the playoffs. But what have we seen in Washington over the last 25 years?
And get beat by 20?
And then you fall back down. I think they want to progress over time to build this up.
We've talked about this since Adam was hired. I say what they're trying to do is build a great foundation, and then they're going to start. They're trying to do this so they can compete for years. To where now, and they say they want to do it through the draft. So as the draft pick starts to mature, you're going to start now having it to where you can stay good longer instead of having a one-hit wonder, then you're out. And that's where it's at. So I'd much rather them do it this way instead of do it this is the thing. Everybody was jumping for joy when when Dan was gone and all those people who were doing that every year. Now you got people that's doing it the right way to make it go, and you don't like that either. So what is it?
JJ is online too. JJ, what you got, bud?
How we doing? Hall of Fame B Mitch and and JP.
Good.
Here's my credit pie. I got the kicker 25%. I got JD 20%. The running backs 20%. That's Eckler and B Rob. Cliff 15%. St. Jude 10%. Ertz 5%. And Noah 5%. That's my credit pie. But I also want to add to the comment. Okay, this is for the fans. Okay. Let them recognize that when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch was up in the 49ers, after the Kaepernick era, 49ers were sorry, okay? They didn't win immediately when Lynch and Shanahan got there, okay? They had to build that up, and once they build that up, that's when they start winning. Remember, they had C.J. Beathard. They were sorry when they had C.J. Beathard, okay? So that's just something for the fans. It takes time.
All right, brother.
It takes time, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm checking in on the chat for the first time in a while here. And there are some folks that remain concerned, and we have to address this at some point. And I feel like we have, but we'll directly address it. Concerned about Jaden running and taking the hits. I think he took some big old hits inside the pocket. I think he's a runner, and he's really, really good at it, and you don't want to eliminate that. I also think over the course of the season and given time, a lot of this will kind of work itself out.
It will.
His carries dropped from 16 to 10 in this game. Now, he was sacked more. I just think I don't know. Where do you land on, like, I saw this, and perhaps this person's a troll. I don't know. But I've heard this, seen this from a lot of places that, if he keeps running like this, his career is just going to be too short.
I'm not going to buy it. I mean, I think that he'll learn over time. I think he tried the one where he got hit by one guy, and that wasn't a hard hit. Then the guy came in and speared him. Okay, yeah, if you get speared and the referee let it happen, then other people keep doing it. But I don't think the running hits were as hard as the one in the pocket. And I think the problem with me is people always talk about the running. He gets hit in the pocket harder than he does when he runs. So what are you saying? You don't want him to get hit
hard in lots of places.
You don't want him to get hit at all? I mean, it's football. You're going to get hit. But as I watched the game yesterday, me and Santana both said, yes, we understand you want him to run less. But please don't make him start thinking about, should I not? Because that right there makes him exceptional. You don't ever want him to start questioning that, because that hesitation might get him hurt. Let the dude go, but he'll learn. But you get hit in football. Over and over again, you get hit.
Let's get to these phones. We're going in order of hold. Russell, what do you got, Russ?
Yo, man, I'm just saying he's learning. He's going to learn. He's going to do good, man. I think, he just, everybody's on him for running and stuff. And, hey, blame Pie. I still think it's preseason. Let's get to game 5 and 6, man. I'll put $100 over here at Charlestown Track on this jumping and the false starts. It ain't going to happen again. It's preseason still, I feel like that. And they're getting better. Payne and Allen, this is only the second game. And shout out to B. Mitch's hometown. They whipped up on the Cowgirls. They served them a little ass whipping instead of them. And that interception, yes, Cincinnati did.
Thanks for the
I
call.
watched football for 50.
I feel like he was cutting out. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. I'm just going to give a shout out to that guy that did that interception yesterday.
One-handed.
That was wild.
I'm going to tell you what, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right, bro. Be cool,
Thanks,
man.
buddy. We haven't checked in with Jeffrey and with Landfill for credit pies. Because Jeff kept asking us about blame pies, I feel like Landfill understands the assignment better. But because Daniel, the engineer, just walked in to talk to Landfill, we're going to start with Jeff. Jeffrey, what's your credit pie look like?
This credit pie, it's pretty simple. I'm going 50% special teams, 25% Jaden Daniels, 25% running back room. Jaden did a lot of things to avoid sacks. He didn't turn the ball over yesterday. The running back room looked phenomenal. B-Rob, it's only a matter of time before we see him breaking an 80-yard touchdown run, because it's hard to take that man down. I like how Cliff uses Austin Eckler, especially on that last play where it went like to the right, and then you just see Austin coming around and Jaden hits him on it's like a swing pass. They were just phenomenal, man. And that's all my credit pie for this week. Everything else, man, we gotta talk about.
We gotta get into it. We got a whole week to talk about this. Today is celebration day. We got tomorrow and Wednesday before we really get into it. You know what I mean?
There's time for both. There's certainly time for both. I think, a lot of folks question the Eckler signing. He's looked fantastic. He's looked really, really good.
He has looked fantastic the whole time. And as I said before, and people get mad if you want, we have a lot of questioning of everything that happens. And then when things start going well, you know what those people do? They don't say anything. They don't say, okay, he's all right. Give him a little credit. But if he goes bad, they'll definitely tell you that.
I mean, yesterday is a pretty unique scenario where you're able to win the game with 7 field goals. Like, it's not a formula to emulate.
It ain't a formula to emulate, but you go out there and you do what the hell you can that day to win the game. Doesn't make a difference how it goes. No one wants to go out there and kick 7 field goals.
Right.
So if you win the game, that's all that matters because I think the set out is to win the game, get a victory, not get 300 yards passing, not get 200 yards rushing, win the game.
Landini, what's your credit pie look like?
Okay. I've got 40% to Seibert, Seibert, Seifert,
Seibert,
Serbert, Cyber T.
I'll tell you what didn't make it easy yesterday is the amount of people in official capacities pronouncing his name differently.
I have no idea how to say it.
Like when they signed the guy, I reached out to someone. I said, tell me how to say this so I can say it the right way. And a lot of others did not do that.
How do you say it again?
Cyber. But this one right here, you tell him right before we go on air, and then he call the guy's name wrong.
JP. Yeah, that happens so many times.
That's true. I don't know why. I was able to lock this one in. I get anxiety.
But you've done it for like 3 or 4 different names already.
So that's what I was saying. Seifert gets 40%.
God forbid I got to say Taffer. What's Big Vic's last name?
Tafer,
dude.
Yeah, that one gives me trouble.
Jaden gets 20%. B-Rob 20%. Controversially, the defense 10%. They only gave up 3 touchdowns. 21 points is actually not that many points to give up in the NFL.
They only gave up 18.
Well, okay, no. They gave up 3 touchdowns. Noah Brown.
It was Daniel Jones.
Noah Brown gets 5%.
Yeah.
For getting open in that critical play there. And then Austin Eckler, I feel like he was responsible for that hamstring pull. Because he took it back.
Yeah, took it back.
House call, baby. How about this as a question just for the 4 of us? How encouraged through 2 games do you feel about Jaden Daniels? Knowing all the things, knowing that he's taken a bunch of hits early, they haven't scored any passing touchdowns, but damn, this offense looks more efficient than it has in a long time.
I am very optimistic because I understand what people say, but I know he'll change up some things. And he's a young guy. He was in his second game. And what do young people do? When they see color, they get ready to go. When he's about 6, 7 games into his career, he won't go quickly on color. When he's about 2, 3 years in his career, he'll just slide slide over to deliver a pass or something. But everybody, I'm amazed that everyone expects perfection as soon as somebody steps on the football field, basketball court, baseball diamond, whatever. And in your own lives, you've been doing stuff 15, 20, 30 years, and you're not perfect at it yet. But you want him to be perfect in his second game. He's going to learn. But I tell you right now, I'm happier watching him than I've watched quarterbacks over the last however many years it's been.
Hadn't felt like this in a while.
That's what I'm saying. So, like,
hadn't felt like this in a while.
I'm not going to say who. Jeff told us somebody was talking about we should have kept Heineke or what's called.
That person's an idiot.
Straight up. So let's be real. But those 2 together, Heineke and what's we just left here?
How?
Yeah. Those 2 together is not better than Jaden. So I mean, it's like people got some craziness, and I like to listen to whatever somebody. Like I say, everybody has an opinion, but like when you say something stupid, I can't stay quiet.
Phone lines open until 1:30 when Barry Sferluga will join us. Call, you're getting in. Don't worry. A lot of conversation with the boys. What's the credit pie look like? How encouraged are you with Jaden Daniels through 2 games? Nobody go anywhere.
Commanders find a way to win, beating the Giants 21-18. 7 field goals from newcomer Austin Seibert, Jaden Daniels, 226 yards passing. Head coach Dan Quinn on the fans at Northwest.
I was really pumped for the fans here for today. A win here, I felt them, I heard it, and so I thought that was just really cool to start that relationship together with the team in the city.
Sunday night, Houston beat Chicago 19-13. Kansas City over Cincinnati 26-25. New Orleans stuns Dallas 44-19. Las Vegas shocks Baltimore 26-23. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco expected to land on the injured reserve with a fibula injury. Falcons and Eagles live play-by-play begins with the pregame show 7:30 tonight on Team 980. Nationals defeat the Marlins 4-3. James Wood 2 homers off to New York to take on the Mets tonight 7:10 on the Fan. U.S. team over the European team to win the Solheim Cup 15.5 to 12.5. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Celebration.
Woohoo! I follow Kevin Cole on Twitter. Used to be Pro Football Focus, started his own website. He's a data analytics guy. It's only 2 games. His sample size is incredibly small. If you want to be dismissive, dismiss away. Who am I to tell you what to do? Quarterback efficiency, EPA per play, expected points above average, expected points added rather. Nobody saw this one coming. Derek Carr is top of the list. He's plus a half point every play.
15 possessions, 15 scores.
0.56 for Derek Carr. It's been a really impressive opener.
And he was not that last year.
No.
Or year before.
Ever. Then
or in his career.
Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Landini. Guess who's 6th?
Who?
Jaden.
All right.
That's league-wide.
All right.
I don't know what's going to happen here, but there's a man of the cloth on the line, and I know when he's on hold too long, he threatens my guy Jeff, J-Dogs Forever. Hello, Rev T. How do you do?
Man, I'm good, JP. See, it's Victory Monday, and what folks got to understand what's happening with JD5 is he's starting to bring hope alive back into the VMV. And what they saw up in Northwest Stadium yesterday was the young boy was getting protection and he was making progression. And at the end of the day, I'm all in it. You got a team trying to find out who they are to tell people where they from. And so I say they starting to look like the mighty Commanders. Hey, man, I'm all in. It's Victory Monday. Put all them negative vibes aside, man, and celebrate like it ain't no tomorrow. Hey, man, I'm good with this. 1-1, let's keep having the fun. Hey, JP, hey, B-Mitch, hey, Jeff, guess what? Why not us? Why not us? Y'all know who this is. The People's Hype Man. Stand with me on Victory Monday. Red Chief. Believe, baby. Why not us? The mighty Commanders. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Reverend.
Another saying now.
Now, I understand that the Reverend might play by his own rules, Landfill, but I don't believe he actually gave us a credit pie. Did you hear that, Brian? Was there one in there?
He said some people were doing some good things. Jaden is, they got JD is bringing hope back to the DMV.
JD5 is keeping hope alive. No one can spin a wrestling promo like the Reverend. Nick is in Charleston. Nick, what up, dude?
What's up, fellas? I'd like to give my 100% credit pie split up against or across the entire 11 guys on the kick return team. I know some guys already said it, but that first play, even with the holding, who knows if there's no holding, maybe Eckler's not sprinting all the way down and Gano's not falling behind them and, pulling that hammy, which, changed the rest of the game. So that's where I'd like to give all 100% to.
So 100% goes to the first play of the game when Graham Gano pulled his hammy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, they had to go for two twice. That fourth down the game where Neighbors dropped the ball, they could have kicked the field goal there. Changed the whole landscape of the game. You never want to root for someone to get hurt, but that's just how it rolled yesterday, and I think that's a major part of it.
All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Nick.
Like Russell Wilson White said, that's just how we roll. You know what it is.
It certainly made a huge impact, obviously.
Hey, man. It's a part of football, though.
Drew is on the line. Drew fed Jeff yesterday. What up, Drew?
Hey, guys. So I like to cook. And I'm going to tell you about the credit pie, but my credit pie is not done yet. It's still being made. And the good news is we got some ingredients that we haven't been able to put in the credit pie in a while. And so we got coaches that can make positive halftime adjustments. We got a quarterback that's going to be a bad man. And we got a general manager that's still finding us more ingredients. So when this pie is baked, it's going to come out and taste delicious. And it's going to have a flavor we haven't had in a while. And that's the flavor that makes other teams afraid to play this team. And we're not there yet. But you could see us going that way, and when that comes out of the oven, it's going to taste sweet. So
thank you, Drew.
guys.
Brother. Good call, dude. Thank you, buddy. I want to have a conversation. So here's what we're going to do. I want to have a brief conversation about the fans. I thought the crowd was pretty damn good yesterday.
I thought they were hyped yesterday.
All right, well, we'll see.
Even after the game.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I want to let everybody on the phones finish up, and then I do want to go around the league. Barry's for Lugas going to join us at 1:30. Let's go to Shane in Oxon Hill. What up, Shane?
So when this pie
Shane, you got to turn that radio
Shane,
down,
man.
buddy. Jeff, I'm gonna let you talk to him. We'll try Tony. Tony on line 3. Tony, what up, dude?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to say, we got to relax, man. Like this is gonna be a work in progress, man. I think, with it being 20 plus years of mediocrity, we get overwhelmed and get too hyped. Like, we just gotta trust the process. Like, they go get it together. Jalen's fine. As far as the defense, like, a lot of those guys didn't play preseason. Like, they still catching up. Like, I'm cool with where we're at. I just want to see progression, and I want us to compete. And that's what I saw yesterday. I'll take the 7 field goals. The win is a win at the end of the day.
There you go.
Happy Victory Monday. Y'all enjoy it, savor it. There's some more to come. But, yeah, we just got to be patient, man. Like, we got to trust the process. We got football people making football moves. And that's what it's going to be.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the call,
you, brother.
Tony. It's a good call. I also
Great
think
call, man.
there's something to be said. This is from the first round draft pick on Twitter. He said 50% to Seibert for obvious reasons, 40% to the offense. We haven't mentioned this, and this is a good point. They dominated time of possession in this thing.
Yeah.
And
for 2 games.
That when I talk about the offensive efficiency, I get that there's like this analytical community that doesn't like how Terry McLaurin the majority of the time lines up on the left side, and they think everything's too A-dot, that they're not getting much in the pass game down the field, and that, everything's at the line of scrimmage. But, dude, I think if you've looked at this offense through 2 games, it's leaps and bounds better than last year, probably than the last 5 years. I think in the second half of both games, a lot of the early stuff that is at the line of scrimmage, kind of playing horizontally instead of vertically, it sets something up later that allows for big plays. Last week, if they had just hit the shot to Terry, that entire situation is different. Jaden
Mhm.
missed them. There's going to be misses, but like, don't act like that deep shot wasn't there. The throw to Noah Brown yesterday, one of the last plays of that game, arguably the biggest offensive play of that game for Washington. There were some big B-Rob runs in there too. I'm not trying to discount anything, but I mean, that was a 34-yard gain coming out of the 2-minute warning in a tie game. And I caution fans and folks to not hear something and then just decide that that's a fact. Like, it seems like people are surprised Kingsbury runs the ball as often as they do.
But we complain about not
good.
We complain about not running it all last year. Now they're running it effectively,
right?
And that's a problem.
It should be a dream. When Cliff had things cooking in Arizona, James Conner and Chase Edmonds ran the hell out of the football. They have very clearly tried to recreate that with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. That's a good thing, folks.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Because if you establish that running game, that passing game becomes a lot easier.
Shane is back. Shane, what you got, bud?
What's going on, fellas, man?
What's up,
I
brother?
just want to say that I'm going to give my man Siebert, I'm going to give him about 40%. All right. So I'm going to give B-Rob 30, and then I'm going to give my man St. Juice another 30. You can split B-Rob and Eckler 30, man. I guess you can get them 15 to 15. But, and I just wanted to piggyback on that and say also, man, it's the tone surrounding the team starting to get, just letting us build and develop things. I think that's the way that it should have been the whole off season. And I got a lot of flack from a lot of people for being a realist and saying that I don't believe that the team was ready to compete this year, or, you know what I'm saying? And if we do, and if we overachieve, great. But I think we got to set the bar as a rebuild and always remind that. But I heard a lot of 10-win predictions and stuff. We ain't going to get into all that.
You didn't hear him on this program. You did not hear them on this program.
I got killed for being a realist last week, you know what I'm saying? But I just want to say that, man, we just got to be patient with the team. We know that we don't have that many pieces right now, but we just got to let the young guys grow, guys like Jaden and Ben Sinnott and just like Johnny Newsome, we got to let these guys develop and let Adam Peters get more draft classes in. And when that comes along, I think we're going to hit on some, key free agents and stuff like that. But it's a thing that's going to happen over time, man. And I think that we just got to temper our expectations. Yes, we got the W. It was a beautiful dub. I want to also say Cliff Kingsbury looked great in the second half with his play call, and I think he picked it up. I want to give him his kudos to that, you know what I'm saying, with the run game and stuff like that. I think we did better.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a good call. Thanks for calling back, too, Shane. Appreciate you checking us out.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this. When we come back, I want to talk about the actual stadium, about the vibe, about the crowd. 1 o'clock, I want to go around the NFL. It's a busy day on B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Beamish, Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, home opener for the Commanders yesterday. Northwest Stadium, new stadium name. Um, I walked through the main concourse, say 12:30, 12:45. One thing that was really great is I saw a player that I know fairly well. His wife was there with a baby, and they were trying to get to the new family area that the team built. And I was happy to see that the team recognized that was a hole, and they took care of it. And she had a baby they needed to eat. A baby. And it's like, it's cool that there's a place for this now. And that, like when Josh Harris says, I'm not that finest guy, words do not matter. Actions. What do they do? They fix it. They change it immediately. Oh, I go to that game for a different function. I am working, and it's like kind of a long, busy, active day. But for fans to go, it's supposed to just be fun. I imagine as a fan being at that game, as much as there's some frustrating points with not scoring and everything, that seemed like it'd be a fun game to go to down to the wire.
I think just walking in there yesterday, and even some things since I was at the last pre. So I remember I've been all in and out at the stadium, all over. It seems more welcoming. That you go into some of the suites now, and they look like real suites instead of just a damn little dungeon that they threw out there. They have nice furniture. They have paint job. They've done over the last 5 to 7, 8 years. They weren't doing anything in that damn stadium,
dude.
It looks tremendous now.
You know the tunnel where the Commanders come out of the locker room, out onto the field. You know those little bathrooms to the right there?
Yeah,
those bathrooms look like a college bar at midnight.
It looked like most bathrooms that you have in a basement look.
Right.
Like they just threw a toilet in it with concrete.
I noticed this yesterday. When we were doing the post game, I had to run in there to pee, basically. I'll tell the truth. Left hand up. They redid that bathroom.
They redid everything over there.
And dude, like, I only know this from our friend Greg. They put the LVP, the luxury vinyl planking down. They painted.
Yeah.
Something as simple as like just a garbage, not a paper towel dispenser thing.
Yeah.
It went from the bathroom was previously like a -3 out of 10. Now it's like a 7 out of 10. But that's a 100% growth.
If you have a 7 on the bathroom in that area, that's a hell of a number.
Yo, because that's never going to be a nice, well-kept area. That's like, there's nothing but players and refs and sweat and gloves and tape. You know what I mean?
It's a little better because I think some of the people from that little bar area go over there as
now
well.
you got the Tunnel Club, and it's a different clientele. In general, I thought the crowd was good. I thought they were loud. There were a bunch of Giants fans. I don't know if anybody read it. Nikki Jabvala had that story over the weekend in the Post, kind of just recapping all of the changes and challenges that the new ownership group faced. And there was a portion in there that I found interesting that, like, there are multi-year contracts with these ticket brokers that they are trying to unravel, but they're contracts. So some of them just remain where these ticket brokers buy up all these tickets and sell them to out-of-town fans. Like the Giants, the Cowboys, the Eagles, they're still all going to be there for a while.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change overnight.
But I think like people act as if there weren't other fans in RFK. There were.
There were also a ton of burgundy and gold in Tampa.
Yeah, I'm saying, so it's like, but you got to realize those people that own the teams are going to, they want to sell it to their fans. But if you're not trying to get them early, guess what they're going to sell them to? Whoever wants to buy them. Now, I understand.
The problem is they're getting like first crack at them, and that'll change.
They were taking over. That stuff will change after you get to the point. It will change. But hell, I saw fans in RFK. Just like when you go to Kansas City, you see other people, fans in Kansas City, and they win all the time.
It's very few stadiums get taken over with the frequency and regularity Washington does.
Yeah.
But I think, you know what else will really help that? Winning games.
There you go.
Jeff, you went to the game as a fan. How was that experience?
I can honestly say for the first time, it felt good. Like, not like completely, but last year going to FedEx was all right, man. We're all about to go get drunk and then just enjoy the atmosphere of the crowd. Hopefully, we can pull out, this win.
Whoa, pause.
It seemed like that's a reach.
Just
That's
said,
a reach.
Just say, yo, we're gonna all get drunk and then hopefully we pull out.
But yesterday, getting lit with the fans, it wasn't like, oh man, we suck this year. Da, da, da. It was more so like, hey yo, we got a promising future. Let's get tore up. The season might not play out how we want it, but it's looking up. The whole atmosphere, it felt different. It felt more inviting, like you said. Even the what's that? The Pepsi tent and stuff that they do with the little fan section coming in on certain sides. I think it's by the G parking lot or H parking lot. It was a lot going on. Also, they were a little. Well, from my experience, they were a little bit more lenient on like the tailgate and afterwards.
He won.
Yeah, last year it seemed like win or lose. Last year it seemed like all right, the game's over. Everyone hurry up and get out of the
You
parking
still
lot.
had those. You still had other people influencing it. The rules.
Yeah, but
The real people now are influencing the rules, and you got a better little mindset.
Yeah, it was cool.
I thought it was cool. I think eventually when they get the hang of those like serve yourself markets, I don't know what those are actually called, but where you just walk in, you grab a beer and a bag of peanuts and you walk out and it like charges your phone. I think when that stuff starts to work well, it
You gotta touch something with that, don't you, Jay?
I whatever it is, I
'Cause
think
know
it'll
you
really
like to grab stuff and walk out.
speed
And you
that
just
process
keep
up.
moving. You.
Landini, you were the only one to watch a game on TV, which is a different experience. What did the crowd look like, sound like? What kind of impact did the crowd seem to have on the game?
I didn't get a good, really picture of, what the kind of split of the fans from watching it, but it did sound like there were a lot of Giants fans there. That's kind of one of the reasons
there were
that I was curious about, because every time they did something good, which wasn't that frequently, but there seemed to be a decent amount of Giants fans there.
I'd say behind the Giants bench was pretty solidly Giant fan, and there were times where they seemed to make a impact. But I don't know, it wasn't overwhelming. I also think I think the Giants fans have kind of turned on the Giants and just kind of hate them right now. So that's why there probably were fewer Giants fans there than other situations. One thing. So Wale played a concert at halftime. One thing, I have now been at enough other stadiums when they have real performers come in for halftime. They put them up on a stage somewhere. Like the Ravens do it, the Falcons do it. Like I've been in enough stadiums where they do this. Only Jerry really still does it on the field. And I think it helps so much being able to turn it over fast because you have a stage built out. I thought that was a really smart kind of step in the advancement of the game product. You know what I mean? Was that Wale had an area rather than they didn't have to because I don't know if you remember.
I saw that at I forgot. Slick Rick did something at something I did over at the stadium, and Slick Rick was performing out there where Wale was performing at.
You and I were at Ravens last winter when we went and saw them play the Bengals when Burrow broke his wrist, and I want to say it was Big Boy performed in that lower level section, and then you play the audio and you can put it up on the big screen and it works out. All in all, I think it was a good day for FedEx Field. I think, there's this dude, Jeff, maybe you can help me with this. These people keep sending me this guy's videos. I assume this dude is kidding. Like Gridiron or something. I can't remember his name, but he comes up with these outrageous complaints and posts these videos, and people are like, oh my God. I'm pretty sure they're satire, and I hope people can understand that. Doesn't mean everything's going to go perfect. It's still a really old building. The sound yesterday was pretty bad, but ideally, they're going to get it going. And above all, fans left happy because there was a win.
Yeah.
You know the last time that happened? The last time there was a home win?
Long time.
Week 1 of last year, over a year ago.
Still a long time.
Nobody go anywhere. We're going around the NFL next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In the NFL, the Commanders got their first win of the season as they beat the Giants 21-18. Austin Seibert with a franchise record 7 field goals for the Commanders. A look around the NFC East, the Eagles will play tonight, and the Cowboys fell to the Saints 44-19. Alvin Kamara with 4 touchdowns. Some injuries in the NFL. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco has a fractured fibula. He's expected to go on injured reserve and could miss more than the minimum of the 4 weeks. Also, the Dolphins are signing quarterback Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad as Tua Tagovailoa is in concussion protocol. Tonight, Monday Night Football wraps up week 2. The Falcons are on the road to take on the Eagles. 8:15 kickoff. A.J. Brown is going to be out for Philly. He's dealing with a hamstring injury. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 4-3. They took 3 of 4 from Miami at Nats Park over the weekend. Now they'll take on the Mets for 3 in New York. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan tonight. Jake Irvin takes a hill for the Nats. He's 10-12 with a 4.19 ERA. He'll take on Sean Manaea, who is 11-5 with a 3.35 ERA. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Our guy Barstool Nate will be on the program tomorrow. He just posted a blog. You want me to read the headline, B?
I guess.
Jaden Daniels' first NFL win being the product of 7 Austin Seibert field goals will be a fun story they tell at Jaden's Hall of Fame induction ceremony. That sounds like a Nate Dogg headline right there.
Yep.
We've talked nothing but the Commanders' big win yesterday for 3 hours. So we're going to take a brief pause and look just around the NFL on the whole yesterday.
Yes.
Jeff, are the Ravens still your second team? Because generally you jump ship when the second team doesn't do so well. The Ravens are now 0-2, and they lost at home to the Raiders yesterday. So, Jeff, are you back on the Chargers as your second team?
Yeah.
Because they're 2-0. It's hard to keep track of your second team.
No, my second team, they have until probably about week 8. If they're looking like us, depending on how we're looking, if we're looking bad and my second team is looking bad, yeah, they get kicked to the curb.
So
it's fine. It's no
you just repeated what he said.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but it's week 2. I'm not gonna kick them to the curb right now. But week 8, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, JP. The second team has no loyalty. It's whoever I want to cheer for at that moment. So I'm still gonna get them some time, but
just like that meme holding the Ravens' hand, but the dude is looking at the other girl walking past him, and that's the Chargers.
That's exactly what I am.
And this is for your second team.
Well, yesterday he was looking straight ahead.
Yeah, he was. Yesterday.
Relax.
Relax. All that toughness didn't work yesterday.
B. Mitch, what is most surprising to you? The Raiders with a comeback late against the Ravens in Baltimore. New Orleans going to Dallas and just shellacking them.
New Orleans.
Or the fact that Arizona put up 40 on the Rams.
Aaron Donald is no longer on the other side.
Okay.
So I'm going with the Saints because listen, you and I had a lot of discussions about Carr and the Saints, and I did not see that. They could have won the game, but I did not see them beating them from start to finish like they did.
So I'm going to tell you one thing.
Then again, it's Dallas. So I probably should expect it.
Yeah, but I mean, last week it was the Panthers. Through 2 games, I mean, the Saints have the most points in the NFL, 4th most yards. I mean, they are just on fire, honestly. Now, the Panthers, a lot of it was self-inflicted, but Derek Carr through 2 games is completing 77% of his passes. He's got 443 yards, 5 touchdowns against 1 pick. He's got a 96.2 QBR. Think about QBR is out of 100. What's the percentage chance you're giving your team to win? 96.2% chance for your team to win. Alvin Kamara, total yards from scrimmage through 2 games, 290 with 5 touchdowns.
He had 4 yesterday. He had 3 receiving and 1 receiving. I mean, 3 rushing and 1 receiving yesterday.
This kid, Rashid Shaheed, has 2 touchdowns, just connects on bombs. How real is this Saints team? 2-0 is 2-0, man.
I know, but a lot of people, I talk to my guys every day. We have like a little text thread. They're not completely sold just yet.
What does it take for a quarterback that's never really hit it like that for people to fully buy?
It's going to take more than 2 games. You have to keep doing it. He doesn't have to play that well the whole time, but he's going to have to show them because normally his stuff starts coming right around when you start praising him. That's when he starts to say, hey, I finally woke up. I was dreaming.
Going to Dallas is a tough place to play. Those Texans get loud.
Yeah, but if you get up on Dallas just like any other place, they will be quiet too.
So New Orleans 2-0 start. Eagles play the Falcons tonight. They get the Eagles on Sunday at home. Something to consider there. If New Orleans could get to 3-0 with wins over the Cowboys and the Eagles,
people might start believing in it.
It starts to get pretty legitimate. And last year, I think they were 8-9, right? It's not like they were that far off. They were playing good defense. They were 9-8 even last year. Pardon me. They changed offensive coordinator. They got Clint Kubiak, who's obviously Gary's son.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the Niners staff with Shanahan's. I'm calling my shot now. Clint Kubiak set to become the new Ben Johnson, the new hot offensive coordinator that everybody wants.
You're not really going that far out on a limb.
Not much of a limb there. That's correct.
I mean, if he can take a Derek Carr-led team to score 44 points, that guy's a miracle worker.
He should get a job.
Yeah, I agree. New Orleans, man. Damn. I have Kamara in fantasy.
But see how it can
Who
happen?
would be?
It can happen quickly. Just got to have the right belief.
Now, everybody's gonna be like, man, New Orleans came out of nowhere. No, they won 9 games last year. They were over 500 last year.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of the Raiders, dude? They're 0-2. Or the Ravens, rather. 0-2.
Well, they lost to the Chiefs yesterday. And as I was just talking, I forgot the other kid name talking to him in the kitchen. He said, man, we got that problem. We get up double digits on people, and then we get in the 4th quarter, and we just sit back like the other team gonna stop playing. And the Raiders didn't. And they give people chances, and that's why they lost that game.
Yeah, and I think offensively, Lamar not that accurate. Again, 21 of 34, 250, had a touchdown and a pick. Ran the ball, nothing crazy, 5 for 45. Derrick Henry, 18 for 84 with a touchdown. Zay Flowers was pretty effective, but I mean the best offensive players in this game, I'd say, were Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of put the game on their back. I think it might say more about the situation than about these teams, frankly. I think the Ravens might have had some level of hangover, carryover from losing to KC in the opener when likely lands with just a toe out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Raiders were absolutely desperate after getting their clock cleaned in the opener at home. But, dude, I mean,
I'll say this, Jay. The Ravens, we've seen them start and have situations, and they get it together. Okay? The Saints, on the other hand, over the years lately, haven't really been getting it together. We'll see who's what.
I'm with you. Like, when we get to power rankings on Wednesday, it's going to be pretty fascinating to look how it all shakes out. Like, I'm not They're 0-2. I understand that. There's 15 games left. I'm not counting out the Ravens by any stretch. But Brian, they're up 10 with 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. 23-13, and then they give up 13 straight to the Raiders, who aren't exactly a juggernaut.
Yeah, but like I said I said this on Friday, you're playing a professional football team.
Sure.
No matter what you think about them, and if you get overly confident, you get complacent, you stop going, any one of these teams will come back and beat you.
All right, I want to talk about the Jets, and I want to talk about the Cardinals, but before I do it, caller number 10, right now, you win 2 tickets to Caps 50 Fest. Join the Capitals for 50 Fest, featuring Third Eye Blind. Celebrate the Caps' 50th anniversary on Thursday, October 10th at Capital One Arena. Caps 50 Fest will have over 60 alumni in attendance, the Caps' current roster, photo opportunities, entertainment, and a concert by Third Eye Blind. Tickets are only $19.74. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Landfill, that event sounds awesome.
You should go.
I might. I need to understand.
If he say he might, we know he's not going. Stop lying to the people.
What do you think the chances are of me actually going?
You're not going. I'm not gonna say no chance.
0.000.
I think it's higher than that. I liked Third Eye Blind in high school. I don't know that I've ever seen them
I'll
live.
give you something higher than that. 1.1%.
All right. Thursday, October 10th. I'm going to check my calendar before I say anything stupid.
You better check Lauren's calendar before you say anything stupid.
All right. Thursday, October 10th. Looks quasi-open, and we're not traveling much in October.
You know how many times we heard that, Jeff? And then he don't show up?
Well, are you guys going with me to this event?
No, I'm not going. I'm not sitting up here playing the game.
I got a solid 25% chance I go.
Yeah, okay.
Landfill, what? Come on, man. 1 in 4 shot.
What percent chance you stay the whole time?
Well, that's
ain't happening.
That's an entirely different conversation, sir.
It's a 1% chance.
I go 0.
Well, the last thing I went to, I stayed the whole time. I don't remember what it was, but when we were in Tampa, I stayed at that bar later than you did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I was smoking cigars. You didn't see me. I was over there watching you when y'all walked out.
I was there.
You were there longer than me.
Well, you weren't at the bar area.
No,
you stuck into some VIP area.
No, we moved over to smoke cigars. You can't smoke a cigar right there in that bar area. We had to sit down by the water.
I was out plenty late in Tampa. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
got home by 11:35.
Nah, man.
Okay, 12:02.
Maybe. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr., they got out early and went. Now, there was some concern that Harrison did nothing in the opener. Oh, my gosh, is he not the real deal? 4 catches for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns.
But he had that in the first half.
For a rookie. He had it in the first quarter.
But in the second half, what happened?
2 touchdowns in the first quarter.
What happened to him the rest of the way? I'm just asking the question because, I mean, he's good. And if that defense had to take him out, they had to take him out. But
he had 2 touchdowns and 83 yards
in 3 catches
in the first quarter, and he finished for 130.
Yeah.
Kyler looking good. James Conner ran the ball well. The Rams, I think, could be in some trouble. They have a lot of injuries to their offensive line. Puka Nacua got hurt week 1. It appears Cooper Kupp might be hurt week 2. The Rams were 2 of 11 on third down. Rams are now 0-2, and
you recall when everybody was like having this great conversation about guys shouldn't play in the preseason, and I kept saying, wait till the first 3 seasons of the week, and let's see how many injuries we have. Are we over 20 already?
Oh my gosh, that graphic they showed on McAfee earlier, I think we're at 30 from yesterday.
Yeah, so you're talking, and listen, man, everybody, you can tell me what you want, but if you're not practicing football, you're not going to be ready for football. And normally when you start getting ready for football, trying to go full speed, after not going full speed, people get hurt.
Shout out to Andy High. He just texted me and said he'll go to the Caps 50 celebration.
Have fun, Andy.
The problem, I don't know that I'll be able to get tickets. I'm just going to be honest.
See, Andy, he's done a bet. He weaseled his way out of it now.
I think, listen, the Ravens winning, the Raiders beating the Ravens in Baltimore is probably the most surprising result yesterday.
I saw that game close, and I immediately said, there's no chance in hell that they're going to lose to the Raiders. But their coach knows how to coach. He knows how to get people motivated. Oh, Antonio.
I think he is really good in a situation coming off a loss. And they look bad week 1, and he's going to get that turned around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm with that.
But the Niners going to Minnesota and losing. Vikings are now 2-0. Sam Darnold has been really productive through 2 games.
Sam Darnold is telling Landfill, one finger salute, son.
The Niners, man, like this was a pretty even matchup, and they had turnovers, but
and I don't want to hear that what's called in play. McCaffrey didn't play the first game either.
No.
Yeah.
And the other team starting Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Landfill, what do you make of the 2-0 Minnesota Vikings with your boy Sammy D starting QB?
I mean, it's unexpected.
I think that's safe to say.
Horrifying, maybe even.
Why? Maybe it's finally his time.
It's his year. He finally saw that light bulb go off.
Yeah, maybe he's going to have his second good year since leaving high school.
You know who helps? Justin Jefferson, who could take it was a hell of a ball.
Wasn't he hurt too?
Well, I mean, he had a 97-yard house call
He was
early
hurt
on.
early in the first week.
Yeah, they were saying he had a quad thing, I think.
Yeah, contusion.
Darnold's balling, Landfill.
I might have underestimated just how incompetent the Jets and Panthers are.
I don't know that we need to live in the past. I don't know that we do. But when you fire Jay Gruden and you go to Bill Callahan and then you let Kevin O'Connell walk, like we've seen a lot of offensive minds walk as coaches.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder if O'Connell was able to grow into the head coaching role here, how it would look, because that offense cooks and has cooked with a lot of different quarterbacks. KOC seems to have his finger on the pulse when it comes to offensive football. And Darnold, we'll see, man. You don't want to it's 2 games in and there's a lot of football left.
Yep.
But Darnold is 5th in the NFL in QB rating.
Yeah, man, he's man at Landfill. Talking all that trash about
He heard you. You ever see the Jamie Foxx stand up when he does his Mike Tyson impression? I heard you talking. I heard you talking. Jets get a win. They needed it. New England, feisty, lose to the Seahawks at home.
They're feisty, though.
They are feisty.
See, the thing about it, like, we thought they were god-awful. Like, they wouldn't even be having a chance. They play.
How about, I think the Raiders is the most surprising win. Kansas City beating the Bengals at home. That's always a tough game. But the most surprising win, I think, might be the Bucks going to Detroit and winning outright on the road.
Yeah, I basically thought Detroit would win that game, but they matched the intensity and the physicalness.
You think Tampa's something?
After 4 weeks, we're going to start seeing.
But they're tracking towards something.
Yeah, but I always tell you, Jay, 4 weeks. But, you want me to tell you after the first week?
All I said was tracking. They're tracking.
You already going for it. I can tell.
I just said they're tracking.
Tell the way you saying it, you already buying in.
I've seen them in person, and they got horses on offense, and they're physical on defense.
All right.
And to go to Detroit and win like that. Now, I think Dan Campbell made some blunders. Does a coach?
That's not anything new. Dan's he's going to be aggressive to a fault.
Serious question. I know we got a break. Serious question, B. A guy like Campbell, who has rebuilt this Lions team into a contender, largely with this like ruthless aggression. Once you have a talented team where perhaps you had to be super aggressive all the time when you didn't have the pieces, right?
Yep.
But now you've got a lot of talent. Does he have to adapt?
He has to adapt, but he can't ever lose the aggressiveness, but he can't be stupid with it. And he's been stupid with it, starting in the playoff game last year.
Barry Sverluga joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders got their first win of the season yesterday as they beat the Giants 21-18. New kicker Austin Seibert with a franchise record 7 field goals. Jaden Daniels had 226 yards passing and 44 on the ground. The Cowboys fell to the Saints yesterday 44-19. Alvin Kamara had 4 touchdowns tonight. Monday Night Football, the Falcons take on the Eagles. 8:15 kickoff. A.J. Brown is going to be out for the Eagles as he deals with a hamstring injury. Some injuries in the NFL. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco has a fractured fibula. He's expected to go on injured reserve and could miss more than the minimum of 4 weeks. And Jets linebacker Jermaine Johnson is out for the season with a torn Achilles. Also in the NFL, the Dolphins are signing quarterback Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad as Tua Tagovailoa is in concussion protocol. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 4-3. They'll look to keep it going as they take on the Mets for 3 in New York. 7:10 first pitch tonight right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Sean Manaea. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. B. Mitch and Finley 106.7 the Fan. Eagles 5.5-point favorites tonight against the Falcons. No A.J. Brown on the field. Maybe Kirk gets one. Kirk loves primetime, landfill. You know who does love primetime, who's built for these bright lights? Our friend Barry Svrluga joins us now on the BetQL guest line. Barry, what up, dude? How are you, buddy?
Hey, good, man. How are you guys doing?
Have you ever seen a 21-point game scored by all field goals?
That would be a first, Brian. I've seen a lot of games, but I did not have that on my bingo card.
It worked.
What do you make of yesterday's win? Because obviously there's the good news of getting a win. I thought offensively they performed right until they got inside the 7-yard line. Defensively, there's holes. How do you view it holistically?
I kind of come out of it very mixed. You cannot discount how hard it is to win against any opponent at any point in the NFL. Asked the Ravens yesterday in that situation. And so it really, really matters. The result really matters, particularly against a team that I don't think, there's a lot looking up for the Giants going forward. So the result is the most important part. And I agree with you, JP, the moving the ball was very, very encouraging. I find the combination of the boneheaded penalties inside the red zone. I counted up 10 plays that they lined up for from the 10 or inside the 10, and they committed penalties on 4 of them. That's got to be shelved. And then my big question is, take the penalties away. How is this team going to score in the red zone? It's not obvious to me that they have, unless Brian Robinson is going to bash his way in there, and that's possible, or Jaden Daniels is going to use a fake on an inside handoff to B-Rob, like he did twice in the Tampa game, and score himself. It seems like this offense may have a difficult time punching it in, and you're not always going to be in position to get seven field goals. So my overall holistic reaction is very mixed, but that's not to say that about Daniels. I am overall encouraged about Daniels, maybe more so than a lot of people. I think all the problems, if there are problems, are very, very fixable problems. And I think, he'll have blips, but I think the trajectory is going to be upward.
Yeah, when you look at him, I know he runs the ball, and right now he's getting hit, but when you look at him, he seems to correct things rather quickly. If you just look forward, if you see him in week 8, do you think he'll be exactly as he was last week or even this week?
I don't think there's any chance, Brian. I mean, I think decision making will get better. I think what we hear from him and what people in the building say is he wants to learn. He is obviously bright. So I think, it's not going to be a straight line trajectory upwards. He's going to he hasn't committed a turnover, which is probably the most impressive thing about his first two games, period. He's going to have a 2 turnover game. Like, that's just going to happen. Everybody does. But I think you'll see improvement, not just in the physical stuff, but in the decision making, where it's very clear that right now, when he gets moved out of the pocket or flushed one way or the other, he's tucking and running. And I think Dan Quinn said after the game yesterday, there are going to be those times where he gets moved out of the pocket and his eyes are downfield and he looks for Zach Ertz in a soft spot that he's found because he's such a veteran, or Austin Eckler, similar reason. Like, he's seen it so many times, he knows where to float in the soft spot in the defense and get open when a play has broken down. I think you're going to see a lot more of that. And the other thing I would say, Brian, is I'm curious about, there's so much east-west in this offense right now, these wide receiver screens and stuff that just doesn't seem very productive. I'm curious if he gets more time, or if he bides himself more time, if they get some more vertical stuff going. Because even though McLaurin was targeted more than he was in week 1, a lot of that was just, we got to feed Terry the ball and we got to get it to him quick. It wasn't like, let's get him 15 yards downfield and see what happens then.
Yeah, the thing about him, I know he likes to let it go down the field. So I would argue strongly against, if he sees somebody deep and he has time, he's not going to throw it.
You think he's going to hold it?
No, I think he's going to throw the ball.
Yeah, yes, I agree. And I think the entire conversation about him, which right now is really centered around, is he taking too many hits? Does he run too much? I really think it changes if he hit that ball to Terry the first play of the second half against Tampa, because it was there. He overthrew him only slightly. He can make that throw. He made that throw to De'Ami Brown in the first preseason game, where everybody goes, oh, okay, he can throw that ball. I think we're having a very different discussion if he had hit one of those. I think the most impressive play he made yesterday was on the game-winning drive, where his first look was to the left, where they had 3 receivers working some stuff. It wasn't there, and then he turned back to Noah Brown for the 34-yard completion that really was the big chunk play that they had lacked all day, that helped them get in position for the 7th field goal. That to me shows a lot of, like, this kid isn't just like, he kind of says like it's just playing football. He's putting in the work that allows him to make that secondary read in just his second game, when everybody's talking about, is he running too much?
Well, you know what? I think you're dead on there. And 2 things I want to do. In a world where there's very rarely any positive reinforcement on the internet, this comment just got posted in the chat from our friend Lacrovius Acrophis on the YouTube channel, where people can watch me and B. Said, Barry Svrluga is a well-respected sports writer of long standing and knows his stuff. So congrats, Barry.
Wow, I feel emboldened.
I do.
There you go, Barry.
Here's my thing with Jaden, and I've been saying this. He gets drafted. I would hardly say I know him well, but I've now been around him for a fairly significant amount of time, both when he's like in an official capacity talking and then kind of just around, right? Locker room, whatever. I think the type of dude he is will allow him to continue to grow and get better. He obviously puts the work in. He's very grounded. He's kind of just hanging out with his teammates. He's one of the guys. And I think with a quarterback, a young rookie quarterback, that stuff is almost as or more important, that you're the right guy, because nobody gets drafted in the top 10 of the NFL draft without physical tools. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have physical tools, but the last few guys that have landed here haven't been the right dude. And I'm curious if in your interaction with Jaden, if you've gotten the same impression.
That makes a lot of sense. You obviously are out there a lot more than I have. I had one.
You also went to Paris for 2 months or whatever. But
well, true, right. But I had one-on-one chit chat with Jaden. Actually, it was about trying to do a Dylan Cruz and Jaden Daniels, number 2 pick in the draft, and now the centerpieces of some rebuilds here. So he was really cool about talking about Cruz and their days at LSU and all that kind of stuff. But I think you're right, JP. You've obviously been around him more than I have, but I would say something that Brian Robinson said yesterday was very, very telling. I think a play that was kind of dangerous for Daniels was 3rd and 13 when he ran out to the right, and you could see him kind of hesitate. Hey, should I go down? No, I can see the sticks. Like, I can get there. It was the play he got hurt on. He got the wind knocked out of him, right? He needed 13. He got 14. He came out of the game for a play, and then he came back in. Like, we can all cover our eyes and hold our breath and say, oh my God, he can't play that way because it's not going to last the season. And there's a lot of truth to that. But dudes notice that. Like, Brian Robinson said, how can I not like it when my quarterback is willing to do the job that I'm supposed to do, that he's putting his body on the line like I put my body on the line? Now, big picture, that's a losing strategy because it puts your quarterback in great danger. But it's a tone setter when he's not asking other people to do dirty work. He's doing dirty work himself. And I think he's already got the respect of the huddle and the room and the franchise, not just because of the two games that he's played, which are turnover free and basically clean, even as he's learning, but because of the work he put in and the attitude that he had when he did it. That's a very, very rapid kind of solidification of his place in the franchise that is not based on his physical talent, but is based on attitude and work ethic.
A little bit of that Brett Favre he has in him.
Yeah, it's a great point because I think quarterbacks have to show that they will work their ass off, that they're going to be
tough.
They're going to be the leader, but then they got to show when they pull their shoulder pads off and their ribs are jacked up that they're suiting up for practice the next day.
There you go.
Like, you got to be tough as hell in that position. Barry, thank you as always, dude. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good week.
Hi, bro.
It's our guy, Barry Svrluga. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Nobody go anywhere. Time to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. What a great NFL weekend it was. And you have another chance to start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. Listen, we could build a quick same-game parlay for tonight's game. Falcons taking on the Eagles. How about anytime touchdown, Saquon Barkley, -180. Bijan Robinson, -115 anytime touchdown. And Kirk Cousins to go over 225. That'd be a -112. Put it all together, you can get plus 400 on that same-game parlay. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Be Mitch and Finley on 106. What up? I believe, what's our guy's name? Greg Dotson.
I saw Greg at an event I was at Thursday night.
I think he was at
In
the game
Haymarket.
yesterday. I believe he was at the game playing his guitar out of the back of his truck yesterday.
He said he hadn't been out there in a while because he sung so much and he was hoarse.
Shout out to Greg. I love this song.
What
Greg.
up?
All right, ready for some news? Actual breaking news on the fan.
If it's something crazy, we're fighting you.
Through 2 weeks of the NFL, this is a real one. 2 weeks of the NFL season, one starting quarterback has been benched. Who do you think it is?
One starting quarterback has been benched.
News from Charlotte: the Panthers are benching
Bryce
former
Young?
#1 overall pick Bryce Young and
Lord.
starting veteran Andy Dalton.
Remember, man, you had
beginning
some
this week.
conversations about that, boy,
Head
JP.
coach Dave Canales has repeatedly said Bryce is our quarterback, but with the season quickly slipping away, Canales decided to make a change. Gotta make a change. Bryce Young has looked awful. He's looked lost. He's looked completely out of his element. He doesn't look ready to play in the NFL. And good for Canales, for a dude that just got this job you talk about putting it on the line, pushing your chips in.
Remember, he didn't draft him.
Right. Makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Landini. Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
I can't think the Panthers traded to get Bryce Young. What a disaster.
You thought he was great coming out of college, JP. Don't be in that haterade now.
I'm zero haterade.
I told you then.
I wouldn't have traded for him. I just thought he was the #1 quarterback prospect. I did think he was going to be great. I also think possible that Carolina ain't exactly a great place to raise a young quarterback.
Well, that could be 100% true right there.
Let's make some bets, boys. Who's got what?
I hate to say this, but Philly -5. I don't think the Falcons are going to do any damage to them.
Jeff, on the books, Philly. I thought it was 5 and a hook.
-5.5. Yeah.
Okay. Professor?
Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown.
Yo, hold on. Pause. Oh my God. QBR is 0 to 100. The percent chance you give your team a chance to win. What do you think Bryce Young's QBR is right now through 2 games?
It was higher than which column because his was 23, I thought.
After yesterday.
Yeah.
8.9.
Ooh.
Ow.
You got to bench that dude.
Yeah, that's bad.
Tonight's game, Monday Night Football, Falcons, Eagles. A.J. Brown is out for the Philly. That's a big loss.
Yep.
Eagles are 5.5-point favorites, total of 45.5. Game being played at the Link.
I am going to take a Saquon Barkley anytime touchdown with over 50 yards rushing.
Over 50 yards rushing.
Mhm.
So, dude, I am going to take Saquon over 17.5 yards receiving. That's my bet for the evening.
Okay.
Rushing, I'd be tempted to lean to Jalen. Jalen Hurts total is 40.5 for this game. Bijan 65.5. Saquon 73.5. I wouldn't hate Tyler Algiers over his rushing yards. How does everybody feel? This isn't our official bet, but let's just chime in on this. Jahan Dotson, first round pick here 2 years ago, traded to Philly just a couple weeks ago now, maybe about a month ago now, for a 3rd round pick, basically. There's some other picks involved. A.J. Brown not playing tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jahan Dotson, unless this has been updated and I don't have the updated info, I got his receiving yards total at 28.5. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll
He
take
had
that.
2 targets, I think, in the Eagles' first game.
Yep.
You going over or under that?
I would think they'd go to him more.
You'd think.
3 passes at 9 yards, 2 at 9 and 1 at 10. Bam, he right there close to it.
Landini, you going over or under for Jahan?
I think I would go under. At the end of the day, he's just not very good.
Man. Man, Jeffrey, over under.
Under.
Under, he said,
Yo,
Under, for
I
sure.
just pulled up. If
I'm
you
going
have
with the
him,
over.
if you have him under 25 yards, it's minus 150. So Vegas, the odds makers, overwhelmingly think it's going to be under.
Wow.
You can get him over 40 yards at plus 180.
He only had like one target last week.
Two.
Yeah, but their best player's now out. So it's a little different. Then again, none of us bet on him, so who knows? Chances you think Bryce Young could be traded?
Who going to trade for him?
Somebody that liked him 2 years ago. I don't know. Keep your eyes and ears open, people. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Joe Theismann for joining us. Thank you to Barry's for Fuga for joining us. A lot of great calls today. Appreciate all that energy. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Jaden Daniels is the best rookie quarterback in football. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders got their first win of the year yesterday as they beat the Giants 21-18. Jaden Daniels with 226 yards passing to go along with 44 yards on the ground. Austin Seibert set the franchise record with 7 field goals. The Cowboys lost yesterday to the Saints 44-19. Alvin Kamara with 4 touchdowns. And tonight, the Falcons will take on the Eagles in Philadelphia. 8:15 kickoff. Philly's going to be without A.J. Brown. He's out with a hamstring injury. Other injuries around the NFL. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco has a fractured fibula and will go on the injured reserve and could miss more than the minimum of the 4 weeks. And the Jets will be without linebacker Jermaine Johnson for the rest of the season. He has a torn Achilles. And the Panthers are going to bench number 1 overall pick Bryce Young from last year. He's going to be benched for Andy Dalton in week 3. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins yesterday 4-3. They'll look to do the same up in New York as they take on the Mets for the first of 3 tonight. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Sean Manaea. Calling all active duty military veterans and their families, PGCC is here for you. Our Veteran Services Office helps you apply for educational benefits, provides tutoring, academic, and career counseling. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. At PGCC, our mission is your future. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, September 16th, 2024, a Victory Monday. They are rare around these parts, so enjoy them when you've got them. It's a Victory Monday on G&D. We got a great show planned for you today. Jay Gruden stops by at 5 o'clock. We're excited about that. We've got a major Commanders-related show announcement at 3 o'clock coming up in 1 hour. Make sure you are listening at that time on Grant and Danny. Ahead of the Beltway Blitz today at 4, we're going to be giving away tickets to the HF Festival, which is this coming weekend at Nats Park. And ahead of hearing Dan Quinn's press conference today, which is at 6 right here on G&D, we've got tickets to the Caps 50 Fest starring Third Eye Blind. So we will be very, very busy. Danny, something looks different about you.
What's that?
Looks like your football team may have gotten a rare win.
Well, what were you doing 370 days ago? That's my question. That's the last time this team won a football game at home. 370 days. That's more than a calendar year if you're scoring at home. September 10th against the Arizona Cardinals. Shout out Ben Raby when they last won a home game.
Are we doing that? The last time, ...
Yeah.
First
Give me a
win
last time.
since November 5th.
There we go.
So that's not just a home win. That's
is anyone.
316 days since your football team won a football game. The 8-game losing streak that spanned an offseason is over. They had not beaten the Giants since 2022. They'd lost 3 straight. There was a tie in there, 0-3-1 over 4 games. They finally knocked them off. They hadn't won a divisional game in over a football season. You got to go back to 2022 as well. But they begin this year 1-0 in the NFC East, 1-0 against the Giants. And to your point, Danny, their first home win since week 1 against the Arizona Cardinals, a calendar year plus ago. Just 4 home wins in the last 1,022 days. Think about that.
Yeah.
If you spend a lot of money going out to Northwest Stadium, if you spend your time in Landover, Maryland, tailgating, flipping burgers, walking in, hoping to see winning football, over 1,000 days have passed. You've seen 4 wins. So while I am a process over results guy, Danny Huhay, I got to tell you, man, enjoy this one.
It feels nice. This is an eye of the beholder situation. This is a half full, half empty. Whatever you think you probably saw. Like if you're a glass half full person, you go, they went to the red zone 5 times. They had scoring drives. Every time they tried to drive the football, they got first downs and marched down the field and were in scoring position. You saw some good things. Jaden Daniels through 2 games doesn't have a turnover. He's looked the best of any rookie quarterback, and I have a little Twitter thread going at Funny Danny on what's contextualized with the rest of the league. You saw some good stuff here, some in-breaking routes. You saw some down-the-field action a little bit, which you haven't seen through 1.5 games. That's positive. On the negative side, you probably don't win the game if Graham Gano doesn't hurt himself in the opening kickoff. You probably don't win the game if Blake Neighbors, who you couldn't cover, and you still didn't cover him on the ball that he dropped on 4th down to give you the football back for a chance to go win it. You probably don't win if he doesn't drop the football. So whatever you want to see, you probably saw in this one, but I will take this result. It just sort of means that the rest of this is worth pursuing to me. And what I mean is, had you lost to the Giants, had they marched down the field and scored on you, and you whatever amount of comeback, and they had won, you'd lost this deflating home opener against a team that I think is going to be terrible. It's really hard to have any kind of serious football conversation. I think we get to have it. They won. I know the process isn't perfect, but I'm seeing growth. I see some improvement. It's exciting. I'm happy they won the game.
Yeah, and the process is not supposed to be perfect, or it shouldn't be expected to be when you're in your second game with a new front office and a new head coach and a rookie quarterback who is doing everything for the first time. So I think it's unrealistic if anybody thought that this was going to look really good. Now, not looking terrible is very, very different. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. And coming off of week 1, where mostly all 3 phases were legitimately bad, I think to ask for more against a pretty mediocre to weak opponent wasn't asking for a lot. And they cleared that bar clearly, and they got a win, and it is a feel-good victory Monday. But what I would say to your eye of the beholder take, welcome to the NFL. Every game is that way almost. There's the occasional clunker like the Tampa Bay Week 1 performance for Washington by bad teams, or the occasional blowout win by really good teams. The Saints have scored almost 50 points twice early this season, right? But 11 of 14 games played yesterday were decided by a possession. So you're going to be able to go back and go, if these couple plays go differently, my team wins. If these couple plays weren't made, maybe we wouldn't have lost. And that's just the league, generally speaking. But going through some of the really positive, I thought, from yesterday, rapid fire. Jaden Daniels has played 8 quarters of football. He's played 4 halves. I thought his best half was the second half against the Giants, and I didn't think it was particularly close.
Agreed.
The first game against the Bucs, which we talked about almost all week long, and then the first half against the Giants, I thought looked kind of similar, which is to say he very quickly left the pocket and kind of got on the move and didn't really let things develop, wasn't looking to throw the football or engage his receivers in the passing game as much. I thought in the second half, he was marvelous against the Giants. And that's what you're looking for. That's what you want to see from Jaden Daniels. The numbers, 12 of 16 for $139 after halftime. Do you agree it was a very different looking Jaden Daniels after intermission?
100%. So the thing we saw, and I'll tag you back in, is it looked like the Giants went, okay, if this is all you guys are going to do is Jaden Daniels takes a snap and throws it exactly horizontally to either Zacchaeus or McLaurin or somebody in between, or is checking it down to a running back, we're going to force you to do something different. The middle of the field opened up. You saw a pretty good shot to Noah Brown. You saw Zach Ertz on an in-breaking route in traffic, tightly contested, good throw, good catch, good everything. So there are a couple other moments too where, and I'm not saying you're hitting home runs. That's right now seems to be reserved for the Saints and I guess Sam Darnold and Justin Jefferson. Over the top shots are harder to come by. It seems like in the league right now, which we'll get into, I'm sure. But to me, this was the most NFL looking passing that we've seen both from Kingsbury in this offense and from Daniels.
Yeah, it was. That's what I would say it was. It just looked like a legitimate NFL passing offense. Yep. He had the 20-yard completion to Ertz where he was wide open. He had a 21-yarder that he kind of lobbed in as he got hit that almost got picked off. There was a 50-50 ball that Ertz caught. Those were the 2 completions well beyond 10-plus yards in the game. And the 2 times this season, really, they've been able to push the ball down the field. He had a great throw on the in-breaker, the little dig to Noah Brown. He was wide open, but he threw an arrow to him on the final drive of the game with a catch and run that I thought was, again, that's NFL conceptual stuff. That's just what you want to see more of. But I thought he looked like a passer who had the ability to run rather than a runner who will occasionally pass for the first time in 4 halves in the second half of the game. And I thought It was part of the reason why, frankly, they got their offense going. His philosophical shift or whatever led to him deciding to stand in the pocket and let the passing game get going. I thought it worked really well. The running game was outstanding. And this is a credit to Jaden Daniels. This goes back to 2012 when we saw defenses have to defend Washington 11 on 11.
Mm-hmm.
This is a credit to Cliff Kingsbury, because one of the benefits to everyone screaming about Jaden Daniels on designed runs and how often he's run the football is that defenses are petrified that he's going to keep the rock. And what you get is a career day from Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler shining. Both of those guys, I thought, were exceptional, specifically Robinson on the ground.
It looked like it reminds me of Alfred Morris in this one respect. When he gets a head full of steam, it's now we're going forward for another 3 or 4 yards, right? If you allow Derrick Henry, and I'm not putting Robinson necessarily in that class, no one's as physical as that guy, but it's on that spectrum where he's big and strong, and if he gets a head full of steam and is able to kind of get his shoulders square-headed upfield, you're now looking at 7 yards. Whereas if you make him pitter-patter and tap his feet and start and stop, you could tackle him like anybody else. But when he gets a head full of steam, credit to the offensive line. I think credit to, as you said, to Kingsbury for some of the design to kind of get him moving. That was pretty damn impressive. His long, of course, was on a play that was a kind of like everybody's all bunched up and everyone thought he was down, and he kind of bounced around and took off for that 40 yards. Bit fluky, but he deserves credit for keeping his feet churning. But like that physicality that he ran with was pretty damn impressive. And when it works, it looks great.
He's tough to tackle.
Yeah.
He had not had a single run of 30 yards in his career in his first 28 games before yesterday. He had 2 30-plus yard carries yesterday, including the career long from 40. Career high 133 yards on 17 attempts. It was his 13th career game with 17 or more rushes. I thought they had the emergence of a number 2 wide receiver yesterday. His first time on the field, Noah Brown showed more to me in terms of the ability to separate at the top of the route, kind of the suddenness that he's got at the top of the route on both of the catches he made. The one, he made this diving catch radius grab where it was an 80-mile-an-hour fastball that was kind of offline from Jaden, and he made this really athletic, acrobatic play. The next one was the beautifully thrown perfect ball when he won inside on the final drive to set up the game-winning field goal. But you can't tell me that just based on 3 targets, 3 catches, this performance for Noah Brown, that you don't feel like they're in a better spot at that number 2 receiver than they would have been if they didn't bring him in. And you're still wondering, is it Zacchaeus? Is it Diami? Is it going to be, Jamison Crowder? This guy's better than those guys.
Yeah, without question. I mean, to me, the most impressive route he had over the course of the day was a play that Daniels was pressured. I think he was sacked on the play, but that little stutter go where the defender, his jock straps in section 412, that was filthy.
Yeah, he hit him with a double move on the sideline. It was the first half, would have been the bottom of the TV screen, kind of going left to right. So for people that don't remember the play.
And it looked like your standard, I'm running 12 yards, turn around, timing, let's hope for the ball. And that little, whatever the hitch, he sold it and was gone. If, there's blocking or if it's a different situation, that's an easy walk-in touchdown. But he's explosive. You said it right. The suddenness, how big he is, the physicality of it, the burst that he has, that's their second best receiver. And, he was dangerous yesterday.
Their kicking game problems for right now are gone. I'm not ready, like everybody else seems to be, to just put in Sharpie that they have solved the kicking dilemma and that Austin Seibert is the long-term answer. I am ready to crown him king of the day. I am ready to tell him congratulations on winning the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week award and for setting the franchise record with 7 field goals and for being one of 9 kickers in league history who's ever made 7 field goals in a game. But they were all chip shots. His long was of 45. All of the other kicks were from extra point distance and in.
Yeah.
So my point is not to say that that's not an accomplishment, because anything could go wrong. Around these parts,
we've seen it.
We know it can. A snap can be bad. A hold can be bad. There could be a procedural issue and you had a re-kick and now you're out of whack. 7 for 7, no matter what the distance is a win. It's a big deal. But I think 2 things can be true. One, he had a great game, and I'm very happy for Austin Seibert. It's a funny league. 1 week ago, the story is they don't have a kicker. They were 0 for 2. This week, the guy comes in and goes 7 for 7. But I'm going to reserve some judgment before I break out my pen to put him down on the depth chart for the remainder of 2024.
So we're going to talk about this a bunch when it comes to the rest of the league and passers, but it's, again, context matters so much. The rest of the league, it's now just mundane. 56 yards, wind here, there, and everywhere. 58, 59 yards, just a normal thing. Not his fault he wasn't asked to do that yesterday. All he did was make every kick he was presented. Let's see what we're talking about in a couple of weeks when he's got to make that 52-yarder, or the opposite hash mark that he likes on a clutch moment from 48 or 49 with the wind doing some weird stuff at some kind of road stadium. TBD on that, but all you can do is what's in front of you, and he crushed it yesterday. Deserved the game ball. That was really cool.
I was texting with a buddy. Mark Mosley was the MVP of the league, which, by the way, in and of itself, again, is just so hilarious. And I love Mark Mosley. He gave me 5 guys.
He invented 5 guys.
But he was the MVP of the league in the early 80s. His long that year was 48. He never attempted a 50-plus yard field goal. 10 years ago, in 2014, the longest field goal of the season that was made was Neil Rackers. Do you remember Rackers?
Arizona.
Yeah, from
Forever.
the Cardinals.
Yeah.
He used to kick bombs. He had like the biggest leg. It was a 55-yard field goal. There was one of those all season. If you were making 52 and 53-yard field goals 10 years ago, you were the dude, right? Now, the kicker for the Cowboys, Brandon Aubrey, lined up for a 71-yarder, and everyone's going, he's got a chance to make it.
He's got a shot. In warm-ups, he was hitting from 72.
It might actually happen. Like, there has been no bigger change in the game, in my opinion, over a decade. You and I it's weird to be old enough to kind of see something change this dramatically.
Yeah.
But from when I was a kid, and if beyond 45, you were taking your risks. Now, if it's 56 or in, you should be hitting that at like a 75, 80% clip. And last night, again, Kaimi Fairbairn and Cairo Santos in the Sunday night game with the Texans and the Bears. Everybody does. Nobody misses from 50 to 55. It is nuts, to your point. But I digress. Benjamin St. Juste, I thought, was really good. Strong outing. Huge play from him on the punch fumble, but also 3 PBUs. He had a big-time play in man coverage against Malik Neighbors late in the game, who ate their lunch. How good is Malik Neighbors?
It's pretty good. They still haven't covered him. I'll let you know when they do. It may be in the next matchup. It wasn't in this one. That guy, they moved him from the right side, left side. He got the pick on everybody.
Oh, his spray chart was just sensual.
Just Juan Soto in a groove.
Both sides of the field, running every route. He is going to be incredible.
Star.
And I don't want to knock Terry McLaurin or start the day being negative on Terry. But Terry doesn't have that. Like, this guy is a rookie. He was a top 10 pick. But I don't think anybody's ranking him in the top 15 or so in the league right now. Now, my opinion is he'll go for 1,000. And I said before the season, I think he will be one of the top 10 to 12 receivers maybe in football when it's all said and done. But it's a second straight week where you're watching Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and now Malik Neighbors. And I'm kind of going, where's Terry stack up against these guys? He's a good player. I like Terry McLaurin. He's one of my favorite Commanders and Redskins and Washington footballers and whatever other team I need to say in history. I mean, as a dude. But whatever Malik Neighbors has, that is not the same skill set that Terry McLaurin does. He doesn't have that burst, that wiggle. He's not as hard to cover. He doesn't separate from people the same way. Like, they got one of the studs. We don't have one of those guys.
Yeah, and I'm with you in the sense that I don't love like piling on or picking on him. I mean, the last couple of years, his early season has not been very good. Last year, we thought it was a foot thing. This year, who knows if it's the new offense, an adjustment, defenses are keying on him. I have no idea. I know this. You're going to have to start adding names to the list of guys that are going to be above him in terms of like the pecking order, wide receiver rankings league wide.
There was a
and
point
we've been
where
trending
the
that way.
consensus was like he's a top 15-ish guy. I haven't done the rankings in a while, but there's no way you would do that. Like today, if you're making a list, I went through, banged out 6 condensed games between last night and this morning, watched every play of 6 games condensed. And guys like Jamison Williams or Amon-Ra St. Brown with the Lions, like there's another gear there that they have.
Mm-hmm.
They can do things that Washington doesn't have anybody that can do that.
Or if you look at a Nico Collins, who moves pretty damn well, obviously, but he's so big,
yeah,
just so damn physical that guys are uncovered simply because they bounce off him. Or a Devontae Adams, who's a similar size, who's looks like a point guard crossing you up in the open court when he's making his moves and making these incredible catches on the sidelines or in breaking routes or otherwise. So I don't know, man. It's one of those things where again, I hate to keep bringing this up, but that receiver room, man, in retrospect, even in foresight, you're looking at it going, did they do enough? Is there enough? Is there enough? Is there enough? Now with potentially this development where you'd say maybe McLaurin isn't as much of a star as we thought, it leads to questions, is all I'm saying.
Cliff Kingsbury, I thought, was terrific. The center screened Austin Eckler in the first half was tremendous. He threw a throwback screen. It was almost like the old tight end leak play.
That Shanahan play, yeah.
To Austin Eckler, where everyone's headed right. He dumps it back to the left, got inside the 5-yard line
nice.
that way, almost a touchdown. I thought Kingsbury had a really good plan. They also RPO heavy at the beginning of the game. Now, I have issues with his scheme generally and like how he does things pre-snap. But I thought from a game calling, play calling standpoint, he hit them at the perfect time with a couple really good calls. I think he did some things to make life easier in the beginning of the game for Jaden Daniels as well. So overall, I thought it was really good there. But it was an immensely flawed performance. There's no doubt about it. If you were looking for like style points, you did not get those. I don't think you need to when your team hasn't won at home since week 1 last year and hasn't beaten this team in a couple of seasons and just generally does not find ways to win this game. But if your takeaway today is if they had Graham Gano and he didn't get hurt on the opening kickoff, they probably lose the game. I think that's probably true.
Yeah.
And they had to go for a 4th down, maybe 3 or 4 yards they needed on the neighbor's drop, or else maybe they win the game. But you got to take advantage of the breaks. And Daniels in the offense went out on the field, and he was laughing, according to what Olamide Zaccheaus told me after the game in the locker room. He had the demeanor of being really calm, made the big throw to Brown. They got down the field, had a big scramble, kind of a design, I guess should say designed run, and set up a chippy for the game winner. But another thing I would point out is the defense again, specifically in the first half, but really just generally, ultra disappointing. Their first 11 drives of the season, they gave up 6 touchdowns and points on 9 of them. And in this game, they could not stop the run at all. Like, how many times did the Giants run that same straight ahead dive by Devin Singletary where it seemed like Allen Payne, Mathis, whoever else was supposed to have been anchoring wasn't able to?
It felt like whenever they wanted to, they could go back to that play. I mean, this was such an interesting thing. I think this defense is so porous that they decide we're going to try to take away maybe one thing or make one thing slightly more challenging. And if you find some of the things we're not worried about or not covering, you can exploit it for the indefinite part of the game. AK, this one was Singletary just gashing them at various points. Deep into the secondary, safeties, linebackers chasing him from behind are the only people that could bring him down after 8, 9, 10, 15 yards at a time. And they seem content with that. Because, again, I don't think they're good enough to take multiple things away at this point, and barely good enough to take one thing away.
But in the same way that I said I thought Daniels was way better in the second half and was awesome in the second half. Because remember, the first half, baked into the Daniels conversation has to be, they burned 2 timeouts on the opening drive.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in my life. They also had 5 false starts in the red zone in this game and a bunch of like pre-snap procedural stuff. And maybe not all of that is on him. Some of that's expected when you have a young quarterback, obviously. But I thought as the game went on, they got a lot better and cleaned up their act. Defensively, they did to an extent as well. 4 drives for the Giants in the second half of the game. They fumbled, and that was a play that the defense made.
That was a play, yeah.
With St. Houston Chin. Then they had to punt. Then they scored a touchdown and turned it over on downs, albeit on a drop. But it looks a lot different when you get the big takeaway, when you force a punt. But they'll go into this week still, Danny, ranked near the bottom in a bunch of categories, obviously, because it hasn't been good so far. It's frankly been stunningly not good.
Yeah, and you'll be buoyed by the fact you play the Giants, who are going to struggle to score some points on a lot of people, I think, as you saw there in week number 1. Tampa Bay's a good offense. I think we knew that then, and we know that now, especially after what they did in week number 2 against Detroit. But yeah, I don't know where the fix is coming. I don't know that there is one, frankly, especially with some of these teams that are coming to town.
But I'm thrilled for you guys, first of all, the fans, and those of you that paid the money and were out at the stadium and wanted to leave happy with a win. You got one finally. And I'm also pumped up for Peters and Quinn and Daniels and all of the new faces here in Washington, D.C. They got their first W. So it is a victory Monday on Grant and Danny. They are 1-1, and they are on to Cincinnati for Monday Night Football a week from tonight. Let's do this next. We always start our show this way. Game balls for the best, gassers for the worst from yesterday's win against the Giants. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Austin Seibert. And it's over. 7 for 7. Hail to the kicker.
I didn't think Chris Myers was going to say anything for a little while there.
Doing bits over there, Chris Myers.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders walk-off winners on a 30-yard field goal from Austin Seibert. Automatic Austin, good from 27, 45, 26, 27, 29, 33, and 30 yards as the Commanders overcome an 0 for 6 in the red zone and win a football game. Now, the red zone is going to be a big talking point, I'm sure. But I'll tell you what I will take every single week. I will take 425 net yards on offense and 6.2 per play. I will take 215 rushing net. I will take 37 minutes and 32 seconds time of possession. Because as amazing it is that the defense struggled the way that it did, as rested as they were,
yeah,
that's how you win a football game with a bad defense. Don't let them take the field. Keep them on that bench. You see that bench over there?
Sit right there.
That's where I want you.
You stay right over there.
And that's what they did. Ball controlled, short, safe passes, the RPOs, the screen game, protecting the football for a second straight week. Daniels did not turn the football over. For a young quarterback, a big, big deal. That was the formula.
So you are 100% right in the sense that this is the tightrope they have to walk. Right? Where you listen, you go to the red zone 5 or 6 times. I can't remember which one it was. You're going to end up with 1 touchdown, sometimes 2, God forbid. Even if you're bad in the red zone, which Kingsbury's offenses have been historically, he has not been a good red zone coordinator. There's a million reasons for that. I don't know all of them. But I will say that that's a historical trend line and something to watch. Warren Sharp put that in his big behemoth football preview. And that's kind of something I had circled was how does the red zone go here? You would think having a weapon like Jaden Daniels to help you run it sometimes or some of that read option action might help. You saw that big play right before Austin Seibert kicked that game-winning field goal was, it was a good read option moment. So you think maybe they'll be better in that regard than they've been historically, but that's still something that has to bear out. But long and short, I will take every metric you just said because that's their best chance to win. Their defense is not getting a ton better. I don't think there's a savior there. So the best way to have them play decently or whatever you want to call it, is to not have them play. You know what I mean? Is to keep that football for as long as possible.
0 for 6 in the red zone, 0 for 3 in goal to go. Almost as maddening as 0 for 6 in the red zone offensively is on 4th down. Excuse me, not on 4th down. In the red zone defensively, I should say. They allowed 3 touchdowns to the Giants on 3 trips. Knowing they didn't have a field goal kicker. I don't know that necessarily makes it easier to get a stop, but my point is you can play this differently. You can make sure, let's let them do whatever they got to do, but they're not going to get into the end zone when they get into the red area and high and low red zones because they don't have a kicker. And we saw their punter miss an extra point already. 0 for 3 in goal to go. Giants were 1 for 1. They just couldn't force them to have to try to even decide if they wanted to kick a field goal without a kicker, which made it that much more frustrating, I thought. But let's go to the game balls that we'll give out to the best, gassers to the worst from yesterday's first win of the season against the Giants.
Jaden Daniels deserves a game ball here. Growth as a passer, 0 turnovers. We're going to start talking about this here as the show progresses, but passing is down league-wide. 14 guys yesterday of the 30 quarterbacks that played did not throw for 200 yards in a football game. Gone are the days, seemingly, of 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, and Peyton Manning setting a record and Drew Brees breaking it the next day. We are in a down passing moment. So he ranks top 10 in a couple of categories. He's had the best start of any of the rookies that are playing at this point, and I thought there was legit growth
quite
yesterday.
A distinction.
Well, yeah, 1 is more than 0. Still, it is a factor. What the rest of the league is doing, I think, is critically important when we're talking about a player. And Daniels is off to a good start. I thought his best half was the second half yesterday.
Yeah, I thought the first half was a mess. Not him necessarily, but the offense, largely with the penalties and the timeouts and everything. And I thought it was a continuation of the Bucs game, which was C-, C, whatever you want to call it. I thought he was very good in the second half of the game. So to me, he's played 8 quarters, 4 halves. He's had 1 excellent half. And it won them the game yesterday largely. But I thought he was really, really good after halftime because he was a passer first. He was an NFL quarterback standing in the pocket, making throws. He could run if he needed to, and he ripped a couple of those off. But I thought that was kind of the first half of football that looked like, to me, what is the dream when you draft him number 2 overall. But not turning the ball over, to your point, and I don't care about passing yards through 2 weeks or where he ranks or anything like that. They throw a lot of screens. They get a lot of yards after the catch. I care about things like, are you making the right decision as to throw it away, take the sack? Or are you going to protect yourself or not? And we'll get into that. He took a shot, but I thought yesterday, by and large, that was less of a storyline. Funny to say when he missed a snap, because we'll get into that. But I didn't think it was as big of a deal. It wasn't a 16-carry game. Speaking of carries, though, one guy that did have 16 carries, Brian Robinson, 17 rushing attempts for 133 yards. Brian Robinson, a career day. He had never had a 30-yard run. He did it twice yesterday. Longest run of his career, most yards in his career. He made a comment after the game like, yeah, it's been a long time since I got 17 carries. He got 17 carries a third of the time last year. I don't really know what his point was there, but here's my point. With Jaden Daniels in that backfield scaring the daylights out of a defensive coordinator, scaring everyone on the field, Brian Robinson's about to have the best year of his career. And he was awesome yesterday.
Austin Eckler, more. We just need more. He leads the team in receiving yards, leads the team or second on the team rather, in receptions. He had pretty good rushing totals yesterday, 8 for 38, overshadowed, of course, by what Brian Robinson did with some of those explosive runs, but he was effective when he had the football in his hands, per usual. This right now is their best offensive weapon. You can't overdo it because, you run the risk of him wearing down and not being the same guy in a few weeks or months, etc. But it's hard for me to imagine them having better options on offense right now than Austin Eckler.
Zach Ertz, 4 catches for 62 yards, led the team. He's second on the team in receiving yards through 2 games. I think he's their number 1 receiver for the short term here. In terms of he'll be their most targeted guy. He's the guy that can stretch the field. Daniels completed his first couple balls of 20 or more yards this season yesterday, and they were both to Ertz. One was on that kind of 50-50 ball near the sideline when he stood in, took a shot, made a throw. The other was a really nice job by him coming off of what looked to be his primary, seeing Ertz wide open at the second level, kind of lobbing a ball over a linebacker for 20. No one was around him. He rumbled for 4 and fell forward. 4 and 62, though. I think that's not only sustainable. I'd like to see more of it. Work the middle of the field, involve Zach Ertz, take advantage of having a big catch radius, a weapon, a guy who can box defenders out. There's no reason he shouldn't be able to give you 6 for 70 most weeks. I believe when we fast forward a month from right now, if he's healthy, he'll be their leader in catches and yards, the way things are developing for this offense.
Go 7 for 7 to get yourself a game ball. Austin Seibert, congratulations, dude. That's pretty cool. A guy that didn't know if he was going to work again in the NFL, maybe ever, or this season, or whatever. Just off his couch, probably at some local high school, kicking it by himself. Really, really cool. Steps to an NFL game, a divisional game, a home opener for a team that ends up coming down to your foot an awful lot. You go 7 for 7. Wasn't 60-yarders, wasn't into some crazy wind or anything like that, but every kick that you had to make, you made it. 7 field goals is a big deal.
I'll go one more. Benjamin St-Juste forced the first takeaway of the season on a punch fumble, the old peanut punch. Had 3 pass breakups as well. I thought he played very, very well. We'll get you some gassers, make some guys run some laps next, and then we want to hear from you. Your calls at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. The Commanders beat the Giants 21-18. You're giving a game ball to the best and a gasser to the worst right here on The Fan. Giving out game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. We've got a show announcement you'll want to hear coming your way about 12 minutes from right now at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. We've given out our game balls. How about a couple of gassers before we hit the phones? How about Michael Davis at cornerback? He got benched because Malik Neighbors was shaking him out of his shoes over and over again. Neighbors is really good. By the way, 18 targets yesterday. The Giants know what they're doing. Get that guy the football.
If I'm going to go down, I'll go down like that.
10 for 127 and a touchdown for Neighbors against Washington. Many of those catches and yards coming against Davis before they went to Noah Igbenogany. Did not go well for him. He also missed a tackle on the opening touchdown of the game, dove at the feet of Devin Singletary. Just a play he'd like to have back. There were several of those, I thought.
My front four, my starting defensive line. Where are we? Where's my pressure? Where's my disruption? Where's my chaos? Where's my occasional play being made at some point, any point? The occasional TFL, that's allowed. I understand sometimes you got to hold the point of attack and let the Luvus or the Wagners or somebody else come knife through and make a play, but it wasn't like those were happening a ton either. Where is my chaos? Where is my Pro Bowl talents playing like Pro Bowl talents, AK showing up on the highlight reel with a post-sack dance or some sort of pass batted down? Not much effect on that game yesterday.
Whoever wants to take the blame for 10 penalties for 70 yards, this
you
is
can
not
do that.
the discipline that I was told that the Commander way was going to be. It's early, but I need to get rid of pre-snap stuff. 5 false starts all in the red zone were crippling, and 10 penalties overall is probably like 7 more than I'd like to have and 5 more than what is even reasonable. Twice as many as should happen. Let's go to Chris and Brandywine on Grant and Danny. Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser from a 21-18 win over the G-Men?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm going to call audibles as well to your producers. I'm going to give a game ball to Noah Brown. Noah Brown had 3 receptions, 56 yards, and he's averaging 18.7 since he got here. Give that guy the ball more. Now, for gasser, I'm going to go with Joe Witt because Jamin Davis was a healthy scratch, and he was the one that got a sack last game. Why did they take him out? There's no reason. We don't know why.
Well, he had a TFL for -4, to be clear. Cleveland Farrell had the only sack last week. He had the only sack this week. He's got 2 sacks. Both of those are kind of mop-up sacks, though, on Daron Payne plays, where Payne is actually kind of responsible for blowing it up. But Farrell's the only guy on the team that's got a sack at this point. And by the way, that's dead last. 2 sacks through 2 games. Washington is tied for worst in the league in that area. Chris is in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. Game ball and gasser.
Definitely big game ball to B-Rob and Jaden Daniels. Gasser to Cliff Kingsbury for having the worst red zone offense I've ever seen. I also blame a lot of that. If you're getting a lot of pre-snap penalties, change the play calling type. Stop going shotgun. And because, it was every offensive lineman, not just one. So it was obviously a systemic problem.
That's a good point.
Thank you, buddy.
Cosme had 2, Allegretti had 1, and Lucas had 1. So 3 specific linemen. Sinnott had the other. But, 4 different guys had the 5 penalties for Washington. As far as not going shotgun, the whole league's in shotgun. These young quarterbacks that play their whole college careers in shotgun, like Daniels, are going to be in it 80 plus 90% of the time. So I don't worry about that as much.
I'd love to have a mix instead of only being in one thing. But in general, I think it's a good point about it wasn't just one guy couldn't get the cadence right or something. It was systemic.
I should say to a couple of callers ago, I wrote down Jamin Davis's name. We'll come back to that because I actually early next hour want to talk about him being a healthy scratch. That was pretty shocking after he made a couple of nice plays in the run game a week ago, to the caller's point. Let's go to Jay in DC on Grant and Danny. You're live on The Fan. What's up, Jay?
What's up, you guys?
Hey, buddy.
I forgot to talk about Nick Bellore as what's you call it? Like a terrible player, basically. He had 2.
What do you call it?
What's the term for that?
You mean a gasser? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, gasser. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. The only thing he's supposed to do is special team, and he took that touchdown away from us. I love my boy Austin Eckler going all the way. And if you're going to talk about taking Gano's hamstring injury away, you're going to have to give us that touchdown. So Like I'm not like I'm like yeah, you got to give us that touchdown. In my book, Austin Eckler gets a game ball. That's a touchdown in my book. That's all that matters. And I'm giving my other game ball to Luvu. That dude was all over the place today. And then also just really quick, Jamin Davis, he's like our fifth DN. They needed another D tackle. That other guy that they put in isn't a DN. He's a D tackle. He played D tackle the whole time. So if he's your fifth DN, it doesn't make sense to actually put him in the game.
There's some truth to that,
Thank
but
you,
he's
Jay.
still listed as a defensive end, and they got Johnny Newton back, who played a dozen snaps. So they really elevated two defensive tackles theoretically in that regard against a team that was primarily going to spread you out and try to get the ball to neighbors anyway. It's not even as much about arguing whether or not he should have been active or not. It's more revealing and just telling as to he played one game. It's hard not to view what happened as some type of referendum on the one game that they saw since they got here of Jamin Davis. We did not mention Ballore in the first segment or in the gassers, but he obviously gets one.
Yeah.
2 special teams penalties in
Get
his
your name called, young man.
debut at the team, former Pro Bowl linebacker with Larry Izzo. Having said all of that, better days ahead, I'm sure, but that's too bad for our guy, Austin Eckler. He'll be on the show tomorrow at 5. We got Jay Gruden today at 5. But Eckler rips off a kick return. Everyone's beating up on these, the new kickoff rules. We had a touchdown last week. We would have had a touchdown again in the NFL, this time for the Commanders this week, and it came back. I saw Eckler in the locker room. I'm like, I would have preferred that your return not have been called back via penalty. He's like, oh, really? He's like, me too. It was just funny.
Yeah,
like,
that's just how I feel about it.
And he goes, I also would have preferred that we scored at least one touchdown in the game. It was a good line, but I look forward to talking to him tomorrow.
Be great.
Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? Those are the questions for you on G&D. Next, Jamin Davis deactivated. We'll dive into that. And our big show announcement right at the top of the hour. You don't want to miss on The Fan. What a funny league. 1 week ago, the Commanders go 0 for 2 on field goal attempts, cut their kicker, and the story is they're in big, big trouble in the kick